to our constituency and beam the projects that we are doing and showcase to the people outside there so that they can know that truly indeed the CDF is working in Kabwata constituency.
He further acknowledged the critical role the constituents office plays in making sure that the administrative work regarding CDF is handled in a manner that benefits all members of the constituency.
The role of the constituency office, especially in Kabwata constituency, is to help the citizens, the residents who live within Kabwata to understand that this is an office that is able to work with the community. Once the community identifies those projects using the ward development committees, then they are able to forward those some of the projects that they have identified within the constituency to the office of the area member of parliament, so that we can see how best we can act on them. So basically the office of the member of parliament is there to work hand in hand with the community. But if we leave out the community, we start doing things, at the end of the day people will not be able to appreciate the many works and many projects that we're able to implement, because we did not go to the people to consult them. So basically our office is there for consultation. Our office is open for the community out there to come up and interact with the office of the area member of parliament so that they can know what is happening in the constituency.
The 12 constituency development funded projects in Kabwata constituency has provided an opportunity for increased community engagement and participation in decision-making processes, and local communities are actively participating in identifying developmental priorities, proposing projects and monitoring the implementation of initiatives funded by constituency development funds.
This month on DStv Access, Bill and his talented team take on muscle cars and monster truck builds for their rowdy customers.
Check it out, one of a kind.
The Malta family adopts a new species of transformer in the action-packed town of Witwiki.
I like to live dangerously.
And Captain Glenn and his crew are in for more high-sea adventure, drama, and romance.
And this guy made out with everybody on the trip.
There's so much to enjoy on your home of entertainment, so stay connected to DStv Access.
This month on DStv Compact, uncover the incredible natural and man-made reasons behind epic global construction fails. Investigate a new season of outlandish crimes within the First Nations community alongside Woodburn and Butte.
We're all one big happy family.
And tag along with Haley Banks as she tries to save the world by working through a one-of-a-kind to-do list.
I'm totally freaking out right now.
There's so much to enjoy on your home of entertainment, so stay connected to DStv Compact.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us on Parliament Television. Today, the 17th day in the month of July, to be a live commentary. My name is Paulson Tindole.
Good afternoon. My name is Taza Thiri, and on sign language interpretation, we are joined by Jason Manda and Chola Kaoma. It's now time to take a look at business that was considered on the floor of the House yesterday, Tuesday, the 16th of July, 2024.
Business did begin by Madam Speaker making an announcement And in her announcement, Madam Speaker did recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from Munlo Trust School in Chamba Valley, Lusaka District, and the staff from Atmosphere Enterprise Limited in Kalundu, Lusaka District. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia.
The other announcement that Madam Speaker made, she informed the House that she would officiate at a tree planting ceremony on Wednesday, 17th July 2024 at Mutambe Primary School in Mandevu constituency at 10 hours. She informed the House that the tree planting event that had been organized in collaboration with the Zambia Institute of Public Relations and Communication was part of the Plant a Tree Speakers Challenge meant to foster environmental sustainability.
Madam Speaker further informed the House that the Member of Parliament for Mandevu Parliamentary constituency and selected members of the Zambian Parliamentary Caucus on Environment and Climate Change would accompany her to the event. After that announcement, the House did proceed to consider urgent matters without notice, and the three matters were considered under Standing Order 142, and the first one came from Mr. Mnia Zulu, and this one was on the institutional corruption at the Anti-Corruption Commission as alleged by Dr. Obriana Kaba, and this was admitted, and the Madam Speaker did advise the Vice President, directed the Vice President to issue a Ministerial 2024.
The second matter came from Pambashe Member of Parliament, Mr. Ronald Chitotela, and his subject matter was on why ZESCO had continued to export electricity
The other matter that were contracted to sink boreholes
The House considered question for oral answer number 386, understanding order question lapsed.
The House also did consider a report that was presented by the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources. He's also Wengwa Member of Parliament, Mr. Mijelo Kasauta, and was urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources on the carbon markets and trading in Zambia, opportunities and challenges for the third session of the 13th National Assembly. This document was laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 10th July 2024, and this one was adopted.
Thereafter, the Lands Tribunal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, was considered in committee with amendments. Report as amended to be considered today.
There was also the consideration of the Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2024. This was considered in committee, and the report was reported without amendments, and third reading to be taken today. So expect that bill to appear on today's order paper.
And the House did adjourn accordingly at 16:34 hours. We do expect Madam Speaker to take the chair at 14:30 hours. But just now, we do take a break. Do join us on the other paper as we take a look at what's contained in the other paper. Keep watching Parliament Television.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament
on the
Today we do expect some announcements. We also expect a ruling, and then we also expect the House to consider urgent matters without notice.
There is also expectation of a ministerial statement that will be rendered on the floor of the House by the Minister of Health. And this ministerial statement is on the medicines and medical supplies in the country. And members of Parliament will be accorded that opportunity to seek clarity from the Minister by making follow-up questions.
Thereafter, we also expect question for oral answer under Standing Order 82. This is a question of urgent matter to be considered. This is question 388, which is expected to be asked by Mr. Ronald Chitotela, who is Pambashe Member of Parliament. And this question will be directed to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. In A, what caused the riots at Senama and Chiliampa markets in Mansa district on 10th July 2024? In B, whether there are any lives lost or properties damaged. And
the Committee on Government Assurance, and it is the chairperson of this committee who is expected to move this motion. That's Mr. Mandandi, and this motion will be seconded by Mr. Emmanuel Tembo, who is Thera, Member of Parliament and Committee Member of Government Assurance. This report will be urging the House to adopt a report on government assurance for the third session of the 13th National Assembly. This document was laid on the table of the House on Friday, 12th July 2024.
And other orders of the day processed do include some bills. So we expect the Zambia Institute Advanced Education Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024.
National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024.
And the third bill is the Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2024, to be considered at third reading stage. And so that's the business that we expect the House to consider today, Wednesday the 17th of July 2024. And we're now excited to some live pictures coming from the chamber as we wait Madam Speaker's procession to make its way to the chambers.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
And the team of Zambia, proud and free, land of work and joy in unity, victors in the struggle for our rights. We want freedom's fight, oh, and strong and free. Africa is our own motherland, blessed by God's goodness. Let us all have people join as one, brothers under the sun, oh one, strong and free. One land and one nation is our cry. Dignity and peace in Zambia's sky, like a noble eagle in its flight. Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free. Praise be to God, praise be, bless our great Zambia, Zambia, Zambia. Remain we stand under the flag of our land, Zambia, praise to thee, oh one, strong and free.
Prayer. Almighty God, who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Amen. Order, honorable members. I have two announcements, or is it three announcements to make, and one ruling. We start with the announcements. Actually, four announcements. The first announcement is that, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from African Preparatory Academy in Lusaka district. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I wish to welcome our visitors in our midst. Thank you. You may take your seat. The next one, honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from St. Edmund's School in Matero, Lusaka district. On behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, I warmly welcome our visitors in our midst. I thank you. You may take your seats. The next announcement, honorable members, I wish to remind the House that there will be an elective annual general meeting, AGM, for the Inter-Parliamentary Union, IPU, Zambia National Group, on Wednesday, 24th July 2024, at 10:30 hours in the auditorium at Parliament Buildings. Honorable members are further informed that nomination papers for the elections are available at the chamber reception desk, main entrance to the chamber. The filled-in nomination papers should be submitted to the office of the clerk of the National Assembly not later than Monday, 22nd July 2022 at 16 hours. Members are therefore urged to be on time and prepare adequately for the IPU AGM. I thank you. The next announcement, honorable members, it has come to my attention that honorable members who seek permission to attend the sitting of the House or committee meetings virtually are not adhering to the laid down guidelines. For avoidance of doubt, once permission has been granted for a member to attend the House or committee meeting virtually, the member is expected to have the camera of his or her electronic device on during the entire sitting, and his or her image shall be displayed on the screen in the chamber. Such a member is expected to observe all the rules that apply to the House or committee meeting. Members are reminded to refer to the regulations on virtual sitting circulated to all members through the circular dated 9th July 2024. In this regard, a member who shall not observe the rules on virtual attendance shall be deemed to be absent for the sitting for all intents and purposes. I thank you. And the screen that displays members or attending virtually is there. So I can see, after you ask for permission, I can see whether or not you are attending virtually or not. Now we go to the ruling. This is a ruling on a point of order raised on Thursday, 27th June 2024 by Honorable Jijing Kombo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, against Mr. B. Mpundu, Member of Parliament for Nkana constituency, for not substantiating statements he made while debating on the floor of the House. Honorable members will recall that on Thursday, 27th June 2024, when the House was considering question for oral answer number 376, and Mr. A. Tayengwa, Member of Parliament for Kabwata constituency, was on the floor, Honorable Jijing Kombo, MP, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, raised a point of order against Mr. B. Mpundu, Member of Parliament for Nkana constituency. In his point of order, Honorable Jijing Kombo, MP, inquired whether Mr. B. Mpundu, MP, was in order to deliberately and willfully mislead the House when he stated that the minister had directed councils to spend United States dollars 100,000 to purchase ambulances. Honorable members, in my immediate response, I inquired from Mr. B. Mpundu, MP, whether he could substantiate his allegation. In response, he indicated that if permitted, he would avail evidence in that regard. I reserved my ruling in order to study the matter and permitted Mr. B. Mpundu, MP, to forward the evidence to my office as he was unable to do so at the time. I have since studied the matter and will now render my ruling. Honorable members, the point of order raises the issue of a member's duty to ensure that the information he or she provides to the House when debating is factual and verifiable. This is in accordance with the Standing Order 71(1)(b) of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, a provision that is well known to all members. In view of the foregoing, I had recourse to the verbatim record of the proceedings of Thursday, 27th June 2024, in order to determine whether the alleged statement was made by Mr. B. Mpundu, MP. Honorable members, the verbatim record reveals that Mr. Bimpundu, MP, in his debate, alleged that the Honorable Minister of Housing and Rural Development had directed constituencies to spend United States dollars 100,000 on buying ambulances. Honorable members, I take cognizance of the fact that despite Mr. Bimpundu, MP, being accorded an opportunity to produce evidence to support his allegation, to date, he has not availed my office of any documentary or cogent evidence as envisaged by Standing Order 71. Order, honorable members. Honorable Member Fonkana, this is in relation to you, so I will ask you to pay attention. In view of the foregoing, honorable members, I find Mr. Bimpundu, MP, in clear violation of Standing Order 71(1)B of the National Assembly of Zambia, Standing Orders 2024, and therefore was out of order. I thank you. Order, honorable members. We go to the next item on the order paper, which is urgent matter without notice. Urgent matters without notice. I will go for the people that have not raised previously. I will start with the honorable member for Chiengi. Honorable member for Chiengi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, to allow the voice of Chiengi to rise on this very important matters of agents without notice. Madam Speaker, and this is directed to her owner, the lead of business in the House, the Vice President. Madam Speaker, there is a letter from the Office of the Vice President regarding resettlement. And there are areas which have been earmarked for resettlement. That's Luapula Province, Northern Muchinga, Northwestern, and Eastern Province. Madam Speaker, I'm really concerned, and on behalf of many Zambians who are concerned, because this issue of land at the moment has brought a lot of...
the honorable members, should we give you time to consult first? Because we will not follow what the honorable member for Chiengi is saying if you continue discussing there and also loudly, because I need to listen to her and understand what she's saying in order for me to guide accordingly. May the honorable member for Chiengi continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As I was saying, Madam Speaker, this letter is talking about the earmarked places for resettlement. And I would like to speak on behalf of many Zambians who are still apprehensive after the issue of the 6 million hectares. I would like to find out from her owner if there were any consultations with the stakeholders, including the area members from where these places have been earmarked for resettlement, including the chiefs, the people themselves, and also the area members as stakeholders. I would like to hear your guidance on this issue, Madam Speaker, because there's so much of apprehension to see that we're coming from the issue of the Vietnamese guy, and now we have resettlement in the same areas where people seem to be agitated. I need your guidance. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, honorable member for Chiengi. I would suggest you put in a question, and then her honor, the Vice President, will be able to address that issue. The next one is the honorable member for Mpika. I think honorable member for Kamfinsa, I've given you more opportunities to ask. So, no, let's go to honorable member for Mpika.
I'm grateful, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, The Zambia Congress of Trade Unions has announced, rather has threatened, to embark on countrywide protests. They have not even stated whether peaceful or violent, but they have just said countrywide protest. If government proceeded to amend the Employment Code Act number 3 of 2019, where they fear gratuities and other allowances will be removed. I therefore direct this matter of urgent matter without notice to the Minister of Labour, Madam Speaker. The country is worried that we may experience protests by our employees across the country. I therefore seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member from Pika. Of course, I don't think it's in the interest of anyone that people should go on a countrywide protest. Zambia is a peaceful country, so in order to avert that situation where people are apprehensive about their allowances, gratuities, and all those, we'll ask the Honorable Minister of Labour and Social Services to come to this House and deliver a ministerial statement. I don't know if that code is already before, the bill, is it already before the House? Not yet. So we are preempting then, why don't we? Anyway, the Honorable Minister will come and explain the position. You can put in an urgent question. Yes, put in an urgent question. Oh, the Honorable Minister is here. She wants to say something.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for the question that has come from Honorable Member from Pika. Question of urgent. Yes. Madam Speaker.
Sorry, I don't know if the Honorable Minister wants to answer now or... Because according to our standing order...
Madam Speaker, I just wanted to indicate to the House that I will be coming back to the House to give a brief about the roadmap only because, as you indicate, this is not yet before the House. I submit.
Thank you very much. So today is Wednesday, so the Honorable Minister can come back to the House on Friday to deliver a ministerial statement on that matter. So we go to the next one, the Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, not too long ago, just about a day, the PS Gender Division in Livingstone stated that the Mkanda traditional practice has been banned. And this has been, of course, a practice that has been going on for ages, not only in Livingstone, but also in Northwestern Province. And we do understand the benefit of male circumcision from the medical point of view. It reduces STIs and HIV transmission. It also helps to prevent the transmission of human papillomavirus, which causes cervical cancer. And Madam Speaker, not only that, that tradition also enhances certain traditions or lessons that help the males as they grow of age on how to keep their families and so on and so forth. So, is the PS Gender Division, in order just to come and say this practice has been banned, is it the practice or the bad elements in it? Because the bad elements have been abduction of children, people's children without their parents' consent, keeping them in the camps for up to 6 months, and of course asking for sums of money if the children have to be released. Madam Speaker, this has caused apprehension, not only in Livingstone, but countrywide, including Northwestern. I direct this matter to the leader of government business to state the government position, whether this Mukanda practice has been banned to the exclusion of its benefit, or is it the other elements which are bad in it that have been banned? Madam Speaker, I seek your indulgence in this matter. Thank you.
I think maybe what we can do is the Honorable Member for Solwezi East can put in an urgent question. Can put in an urgent question and then it will be tackled. Or you can save it for Friday. Or on Friday, honor the Vice President's question time. But put in an urgent question. This is a cultural practice, but also how we, well, I don't want to start tackling those issues. But coming from that area where this thing is practiced also, I feel there has to be some clarification to see how to avoid unnecessary apprehension in the House. So you put in a question and then there could be clarification. Thank you very much. We can make progress. Is it the new cousins now who are interested in the Mukanda? The newly acquired cousins. I have permitted the Honorable Minister of Health to make a ministerial statement. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to render a ministerial statement to this August House on the delivery of medicines and medical supplies. Madam Speaker, in order to stabilize the availability of medicines and medical supplies in the public health supply chain, government, through the Zambia Medicines and Medical Supplies, known as ZAMSA, devised the following strategies, namely procurement of 42,000 health center kits every year. Secondly, bulk procurement of essential medicines through government-to-government bulk procurement agreement, and also through bulk procurements through the United Nations agencies such as UNICEF, UNFPA, and UNDP, and indeed other multilateral agencies like USAID, CDC, and the Global Fund. As far as health center kits are concerned, the procurement process was completed and Mission Pharma was identified as the main supplier. At the moment, the commodity availability level for all primary health care facilities is over 90%, and for hospitals it's at 70%. For the UN agencies, the deliveries are currently ongoing into ZAMSA Central Warehouse, and ZAMSA is distributing these to all facilities. Madam Speaker, regarding the government-to-government procurement, we had only one contract with the Unified Procurement Authority, known as UPA. This is the United Procurement Authority of the Arab Republic of Egypt. This contract, Madam Speaker, was signed last year in August 2023, and it's a cost, insurance, and freight, meaning CIF to the ZAMSA Central Warehouse. Madam Speaker, regarding this particular contract between ZAMSA and UPA, the first delivery was received in October last year, 2023, and this particular delivery was through air freight to ZAMSA via Kenneth Kaunda International Airport. This particular first consignment was received as per contract without any additional charges nor any challenges. As part of the bulk procurement agreement, ZAMSA received the second shipment from Egypt, that is from the UPA, of 16 containers this year in January of 2024. These containers, the 16 containers, were delivered to Zamsa Central Warehouse as per the contract. But apparently, they were not offloaded, and instead, the transporter was directed to take them to a private depot in Makeni called J&J. These 16 containers contained IV fluids and syringes. The above stated containers have been marooned at this depot till last week Friday, when we have started moving them out from there to the Central Warehouse, Zamsa. Madam Speaker, in April this year of 2024, Zamsa again received the third consignment from Egypt of 20 containers of assorted essential medical supplies, out of which 13 containers were offloaded at Zamsa Central Warehouse. And again, 7 of the containers were diverted and taken to the same private warehouse known as J&J Transporters Warehouse, which brings the total number of containers at this private warehouse to 23 containers. Madam Speaker, the fourth consignment of 38 containers again of assorted essential medicines from UPA in Egypt arrived in the country last month in June 2024. This consignment was again not delivered at the Zamsa Central Warehouse, but was directly distributed or directly delivered to J&J Depot by the transporter. This now brings the total number of containers so far received to 74 containers, with only 13 of these containers having been offloaded at Zamsa Central Warehouse, which was in the second consignment. The remaining 61 containers were still at J&J Depot until Friday the 12th July 2024, when the Ministry of Health was made aware and intervened. Madam Speaker, currently as we speak, these containers are now being transported from the J&J Depot to the Zamsa Central Warehouse using the Zambia National Service trucks. This exercise is expected to finish within 10 to 15 days. As indicated earlier, this contract was CIF Lusaka. As regards to this, the second, third, and fourth consignments were transported by sea. There have been notable transportation delays in Beira Port, Chirundu Port, and indeed the Zamsa Central Warehouse. Madam Speaker, when the ministry became fully aware of the issue, Zamsa was called to the ministry to thoroughly review the matter. At this stage, it was clear to us in the ministry that there was gross mismanagement and negligence bordering on possible criminality. The matter was then reported to the law enforcement agencies. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Honorable members are now free to ask questions on points of clarification on the ministerial statement given by the Honorable Minister of Health. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, you indicated that this supplier, from the look of things, has supplied both through air as well as through normal road transportation, freight, where the containers are now being moved by Zambia Correctional Services trucks. I mean Zambia National Service trucks. Was that part of the contract that Zambia National Service should be involved? I seek that clarification. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable. Madam Speaker, that was not part of the contract. Thank you.
I thought the Minister would go further and explain why the ZNS is involved.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I was scared to explain too much that I may be told it makes the statement short, but let me give further clarifications on that. Basically, like I said, Madam Speaker, in the statement, this contract was CIF, meaning that the goods must reach Lusaka, and in Lusaka, it is Zamsa. So when it came by air up to the airport, which is Lusaka, it meant that the Ministry of Health, through Zamsa, should go to the airport and collect the goods and take them to the warehouse. If it reaches the border Beira, that is not Lusaka. We have no business with Beira port. When it reaches the border, Livingstone, Chirundu, for example, that is still not Lusaka. Because Lusaka is Lusaka. We all know the boundaries of Lusaka. And at Lusaka, in that regard, they are expected to go to the warehouse, and the warehouse is Zamsa Central Warehouse, where they should have offloaded. But now, that didn't happen in some instances for various reasons. Now, the question is, how does National Service come in? Zambia National Service has been engaged by government, because Zamsa is government, to support Zamsa now, to move those goods from where they've been marooned since January, so that they are taken into where they should have been in the first place, because that warehouse is the wrong warehouse. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kwacha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Member for Kana. Sorry, Kwacha. Sorry, Kana. The Honorable Member for Kwacha, you can wait. There is an indication from the Honorable Member for Pambashe for a point of order. What's the point of order?
It is in relation to 219, Madam Speaker, that the male dress code. So I was wondering, when I looked at the Member of Parliament for Sioma dressed in the female colors, that I was wondering if it is a protest against Mukanda or what. The closure of Mukanda in Livingstone. I seek your serious ruling for allowing my brother, the MP from Sioma, to wear the female colors. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah. I think the Honorable Member for Sioma is copying the Honorable Member for Chipili. You know, sometimes you need to add color, so I don't think there is any protest against the Mukanda issue, but you are a new cousin now, so careful what you are saying. You might be co-opted. May the Honorable Member for Kwacha continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given, and also let me thank the Minister of Health for that ministerial statement just delivered on the floor of the House. Honorable Minister, I would like to you to clarify the claims and assertions that we have serious shortages of drugs, medicines in most centers, medical centers across the country. And some of these assertions and claims are coming from honorable members of Parliament within this House. Your comment, Madam Minister. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, that assertion is not correct. We have more than enough drugs at all health facilities below the district level 1 hospitals. Above the district level hospitals, which are the tertiary, the big hospitals like UTH and Levy, we can safely say now that we are at 70%. This is not to say that one cannot go to any of these facilities and in particular find that the drug he or she is looking for may not be available. I have always stated, Madam Speaker, that every level of health facility stocks particular drugs And when we say 70 or 90%, we are relating to those that they are supposed to stock. There may be some drugs which one may be needing, and those drugs are not there. It requires, therefore, for that person or patient to get those drugs from other, maybe private pharmacies that may stock all the type of drugs and formats of drugs that one may require. And sometimes, for some specific diseases, sometimes they're even imported just for those. And this is why it is important that every citizen of this country registers with NEMA so that they never get stranded at any point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Kantanshi.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Honourable Minister. In your statement, Madam Speaker, I've always believed that systems to function properly, discipline is a cornerstone. Now, the Minister has mentioned to us that after she had meetings with ZAMSA, gross indiscipline was identified as one of the key reasons why these containers were landing or being kept somewhere, and obviously creating an impression that we don't have enough drugs or medical equipment in the country. Honourable Minister, could you share with us what your ministry is going to do step by step in ensuring that this gross indiscipline, which you have identified, does not first of all repeat itself, and most importantly, what are we expecting as an outcome in terms of the punishment that will be meted to address the concerns that our people have out there? Because the concerns of people out there are that we don't have drugs, you haven't managed to manage the ministry well, and the list goes on, which you already know. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honourable. Although there are triple questions in one question, I hope I can try to answer as much as possible. The first issue to note is that the first containers that arrived in the country were 16 containers, and that was in January of 2024. And these were mainly IV fluids. And you recall that in January, around that time, Zambia had a problem of cholera. It was almost at the peak time. The demand for IV fluids was quite high. One would wonder why at that particular time we would be buying IV fluids when we have already bought and paid and they've been delivered. One would then conclude that it could have been negligence, it could have been deliberate, because like I've always said, Madam Speaker, the problem with the issues of drug supply in this country, if you recall, it's that Zambia imports more than 95% of our drugs and medical supplies. They are imported, they're not produced. We only have about 3 manufacturers. Even those manufacturers, they're not big manufacturers. They cannot even meet any demand to talk about. So even if one produces Panadols, you find that we still have to import some of the Panadols if they have to be made. So this is all one of the biggest challenges this sector has. Local suppliers that corrupt officials, public officials in government and quasi-government to have the things their way. Somebody said to me, Madam Speaker, Minister, you have done very well now. It's quiet. There's a lot of drugs. You have done well. Congratulations. I said, I've always tried to do my best. The difference now is that those that fight the system to make a profit have taken over ZAMSA. Because I understand, and I understood, but I didn't know where this was. And now it is clear that government, first of all, imports. The goods have come. Somewhere along the supply chain, somebody deliberately decides to create an artificial shortage so that they can turn right and go and buy from Honorable MP, who is also a supplier, so that it's easy for me to speak to Honorable X because he can give me a kickback. With a deal that is government to government, it's difficult to negotiate a 10% at that level. And therefore, that is the issue. This is why, Madam Speaker, we decided to report the matter to the relevant organs that may investigate to ascertain why such negligence was exhibited. Was it a natural negligence or was it deliberate? Secondly, at our level as government, we have also instituted through the board disciplinary measures against all the officers that we think are connected to this particular contract. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And thank you so much, Minister, for the ministerial statement delivered. Madam Speaker, I would want the Minister of Health to make me understand, make the House understand, and also the general public, why the containers, Honorable Minister, were delivered and marooned at the JJ depot since January 2024. And in your own statement, Honorable Minister, you indicated that you only discovered last week, a Friday. Madam Speaker, why is it taken so long, the IA government, so long, almost 6-7 months, for the government to discover that the medicines were marooned instead of being taken to a Zamsa depot or containers, but they were taken to a private institution. Madam Speaker, lastly, who drafted the supply contract? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Oh, there are many questions there. No. May the Honorable Minister of Health answer the question.
Thank you very much. The first question is very good, actually. Very important question. Really, to imagine that from January up to last week, did we, as a ministry, realize that actually we have drugs that are in Zambia at a warehouse as good as Zamsa itself, in that it's in the country, it can be taken and distributed across the country. Very good question. I'll tell you that if you ask the board who are the supervisors of this management, they will tell you that they learned about it when the Minister of Health raised the red light. Now, that again begs another question. So, Madam Speaker, those are valid questions that we must leave to the investigative wings to investigate. And at an appropriate time, we'll be getting answers, all of us, one by one. Thank you.
The Honorable Member from Pika.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I would have loved the Honorable Minister of Health to state how much the country will lose towards the payment of demurrages and other charges, because obviously the transporters made some losses and they want to recoup. Madam Speaker, my question to the Honorable Minister. Honorable Minister, is you always tell us the drug availability is above a particular percentage. When our people go to health centers, they are given prescriptions, and really there are no drugs in hospitals, despite the government-to-government procurement contracts and all these things that you are talking about, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when will the Minister of Health tell the nation the true picture of drug availability in hospitals. Our people depend on Nima pharmacies right now. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank
Before
you,
the
Madam
Honorable
Speaker.
Minister comes on, there is an indication from the Honorable Member for Solwezi, is it so? Solwezi East. Zambezi East, sorry. Zambezi East.
Madam Speaker, I'm Member of Parliament for Zambezi East in Northwestern Province. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to raise a point of order. This House has got rules, and I need to be reminded, of course, the standing order that points to being factual whenever you're raising an issue on the floor of this House, because people out there are listening. Somebody has reminded me that it is standing order number 71. The Honorable Member who is just been talking has just submitted here that there are no drugs in the hospitals. And you see, when a submission of that kind is actually made, people out there who are keenly watching the proceedings of Parliament will believe that that is the position. Is the Honorable Member in order to continue in that trajectory which has now become the PF's model of saying anything in this House even when it doesn't hold any truth? Is he in order, like many others have been doing it? Madam Speaker, I need your serious ruling so that we preserve this particular standing order's instructions. I submit.
Thank you very much. The beauty is that the Honorable Minister of Health is here, so she's going to tackle that question and put the record straight. So let's allow the Honorable Minister to answer. But Honorable Members, as we ask questions, we should be factual in accordance with our standing orders. Let's not be dramatic or politicize our questions. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in answering this question, I just thought I'd make some few points clear that the contract between UPA and ZAMSA was drafted and supported by the Ministry of Health and cleared by the Attorney General's office. The implementation of the contract was to be implemented by ZAMSA as a government agency under Ministry of Health. Regarding the amounts of money for what they call demurrage or penalties as a result of keeping goods for more period of time than should have been the time, we have unverified figures that were given to us on that day, last week Friday, to stand at 8.7 million. But as I've said, these are unverified figures, and this is basically what prompted us to act and to get to the depth of this issue. And this is what basically at the end of this day saw us going to this particular JJ yard, and true to that we found these goods. And what was good was the one holding the goods simply said, "We've been waiting for the owners of these goods to claim them, and since you have come, you can get them now or tomorrow." And so we surrounded the place for safety, and the following morning we started moving those goods from that. And no amount of money has so far been paid, because like I said, initially this contract should not have attracted penalties because they were CIF Lusaka. At the least, we should have been paying maybe what you call clearing agents at the border or at the airport. Like I said, the first one we handled it ourselves, there was no issue. Maybe this one was at the border. ZAMSA may have needed some clearing agents, and true, that should have been dealt with. And one wonders why we did not deal with that. And we are told that the figure was affordable, could be paid at the beginning by ZAMSA, but they chose not to pay until there was accumulation of resources or fees, but all these are issues that the police will investigate to ascertain what really happened, who played what role, and hope that we can get the correct answers. What is important and what is good is that the goods are now safe at ZAMSA, and this week they will start being distributed throughout the country. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Nalolo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and Honorable Minister, thank you for your submission. Madam Speaker, this is the same ZAMSA which failed to present its procurement officers before the Public Accounts Committee last year. As of last year, they had no procurement department which was functional. Now, Honorable Minister, the transition from Ministry of Health to ZAMSA, the medical supply chain, what did you do to ensure institutional preparedness and institutional capacity for ZAMSA to go straight into handling such a contract when, as of last year, they were struggling to set up a procurement department? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, thank you. And thank you, Honorable, for your very important follow-up question. These are real issues, Madam Speaker, and correct issues that always need to be dealt with. And this is the problem of creating bodies, bringing them into operation prematurely. It was important that ZAMSA, operationalization of ZAMSA should have been done when government was ready. I want to submit that government was not ready at a point when ZAMSA was brought to begin to operate. That's why there's a clause which gives ministers power to decide at what point should they bring this bill or act into operationalization. Madam Speaker, you will note that the government of the day at the time, after they had actually operationalized it, realized that maybe they were not ready. What I found, or what we found, is that they had a mayor letter to Ministry of Finance requesting for authority to continue purchasing drugs, or rather performing the function of purchasing the drugs as Ministry of Health instead of ZAMSA. When we took office, because ours was a government of laws, we found that we had no power according to the Act as a Ministry of Health to purchase drugs, but that we had to purchase the drugs through ZAMSA. And so at that stage, if you notice, all we could do to capacitate ZAMSA was to increase the budget for drugs, for example, from 1.2 million to 3.5, 4.9, I think it's 4.8, 4.9 billion kwacha. So the question is asked of capacity is also a very correct question, and that is the role of the current government. What are we doing? What have we done? Madam Speaker, we have as a government put in place a board, because at the time there was even no board, even when ZAMSA was there, and it is incumbent on the board to deal with those issues. Fortunately, in some cases, the board has performed well. Unfortunately, when it comes to the daily supervision of ZAMSA by the board, I want to submit that the board has been weak. Again, the problem is the law itself. The ZAMSA board consists of 7 members, Madam Speaker, and all 7 but 1 is the only one appointed by the government or by the Minister of Health. In this regard, the government appointed a woman of high standing, moral, and in terms of integrity and hard work, a woman by the name of Anna Chifungula, who was the Auditor General of this country and performed exceptionally well. The rest of the members are by appointment through their respective government departments. So, in my view, they are all just as good as civil servants. Because you have one from Attorney General, one from Minister of Health, one from Minister of Finance, one from Minister of Chakuti, one from the Pharmaceutical Society of Zambia. Those are the members of the board. And these are part-time. And these are the hard questions, policy questions we must begin to ask ourselves as a country going forward. Do you really think a board that is part-time, consisting of mainly civil servants, with one from outside, will be able to really look at this facility, which is so critical, which is even a security institution? I want to submit that we still have a lot of work to do. Thank you.
The Honorable Member for Pambashe has a point of order. What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
In our standing order number 71, it's clear, and the Minister is responding and is bringing into ridicule and disrepute. People cannot come and defend themselves here. They can't come and defend themselves here, Madam Speaker. Is the Minister in order to begin mentioning this one from this ministry, the all civil servants, this from Chakut? Is the Minister in order to demean and belittle the public workers who are offering their service to this republic, who cannot come here and defend themselves? I seek your serious indulgence, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Of course, it's not proper for people who are not before this House to be mentioned because they cannot defend themselves. But the Honorable Minister did not mention any particular names of people. But maybe for avoidance of doubt, let's avoid, Honorable Minister, let's avoid bringing into debate people who are not before this House to defend themselves. I understand your frustrations and the need to change what is obtainable right now, but maybe we stick to our standing orders. We will listen to the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central who has joined us virtually. You can unmute yourself, Honorable Member, and proceed with the question.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to ask a follow-up question from the Minister of Health. Madam Speaker, I'm interested because the Minister in her statement she indicated that the delivery of these containers containing medicine to the private warehouse could have been possible issues to do with criminality. Now, she has said, as at now, containers are being ferried back to Mansa. I just want to find out whether there was an inspection to make sure that these containers are intact. Because the measuring of criminality can be either people swapped the IV fruits or the drugs, or probably maybe it was stolen, or if it was swapped, somebody can end up even putting something which is dangerous to the community. So I want to find out if at all inspection were done to make sure that these containers were actually sealed. There was no tampering with the containers. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Before the Honorable Minister comes on, there is an indication from the Honorable Member for Mansa Central for a point of order. What's the point of order, Honorable Member?
Madam Speaker, I anchor my point of order on standing order number 71. The composition of the ZAMSA board is guided by the Act, and one of the members is a member from civil society, one is from the Pharmaceutical Society of Zambia, and one is from the community. Is Honorable Minister of Health in order to mislead the country through this House to say there's only one person who is from out there and the rest are civil servants? I seek your serious ruling.
Anyway, I'm sure you are right, Honorable Member for Mansa Central. A board is usually determined according to the Act, especially if that organization is established in accordance with the Act. But the problem that I see the Honorable Minister has, she mentioned that these board members are part-time, and she was wondering in terms of police, Do you want to answer to handle the point of order? You want to usurp my powers? So it's just, she's complaining that they are not doing the work. Maybe she's looking at maybe having a policy change, a policy direction change in how these board members are appointed. I thought that was what she was saying. Because she even said the Minister of Nanikan, we don't know there is a Minister of Nanikan. So it was just the frustration that she was expressing, that the Act is not helping ZAMSA to do the work. So we can, so we can leave it at that. We are losing time. The Honorable Member for Katombola, and I see there are so many members that have expressed interest to question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according the people of Katombola constituency.
Sorry. The Honorable Minister to answer the question by the Honorable Member for Kabwe Central.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up question. I want to state that that is the work that is going on right now between ZAMSA and those holding the goods and those picking up the goods to ensure that what we are picking up is the exact container and that it has not been tampered with and that everything is fine. I think that is what is going on at the moment. And but so far, I want to confirm that the goods that we are collecting are the actual goods that were supposed to be at ZAMSA. Thank you.
With the number of points of orders that are being raised, you can stop the clock. We will not make much progress. We have order papers, an order paper that we have to go through the business of the day. So the Honorable Member for Mongu Central, what's your point of order?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Mongu Central a chance to ask a point of order. My point of order is related to dress code for female members of Parliament, Madam Speaker. The Member of Parliament for Kaloloshi, who is looking like she's just coming from selling hair pieces, coming to this house. Is she in order to dress like that in this honorable house, looking like she's just coming from selling hair pieces? I seek your ruling, Madam Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order. Let's maintain harmony in the house. Honorable Member for Mongu Central, you are out of order for attacking a woman. Who is this? Honorable Member for Kalurusha, I'm protecting you, but you are still talking. Let's not attack each other to that extent where the Honorable Minister, did you finish? Okay, the Honorable Member for Katombo.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for affording the people of Katombola constituency an opportunity.
Order, Honorable Member for Kalurush, the Honorable Member for Mongu Central was just extending the new cousinship that you have acquired. So don't feel injured. It's okay. That is our new cousin there. The Honorable Member for Katombola.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute from the perspective of Katombola constituency to the ministerial statement. Before I do so, Madam Speaker, allow me, on behalf of the people of Katombola, to congratulate the mighty OPND for scooping 99.9% of the by-elections that took place last week, Madam Speaker. We, as a people of Katombola, we consider that that is a vote of confidence in the New Dawn government. Madam Speaker, my question, Honorable Minister, this revelation has actually really just pricked my heart because it's so painful that government is working so hard. Cabinets, they're working very hard. The president, the vice, everyone is working very hard. And people can have the guts of diverting important material. These are medical stores that are needed to service our people. What measures, Honorable Minister? I know that this problem may have been going on from the PF days, but we thank the New Dawn that they have discovered the leakage now. What measures, Honorable Minister, have you put to ensure that these thieving officers who may have been involved, to ensure that that place is cleaned up? Thank you, Honorable Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable. Madam Speaker, I did indicate that once we had this case and looking at the case and some of the questions MPs are asking, how possible is it that the board can claim they didn't know that they had these drugs marooned locally here in Lusaka? And that the ministry also are claiming that they didn't know that the drugs were in Lusaka. They heard about Beira, they heard about stock still being in Egypt, and yet from January, some of these drugs were already in town. What then was the motive? This is why we said it could be negligence only. It could be negligence bordering on criminality. There's possibility, and this is why we do not have the answers. And the best person to probe these queries will not be the Ministry of Health, but the police. Not just the police, but the security agencies that are combined looking at this issue, interviewing Ministry of Health, interviewing the board, interviewing the officers, and also taking certain administrative actions as Ministry of Health on ZAMSA, and ensuring that we take steps that protect the products, we take steps that make government not lose more money, much more than what has already been lost in detention fees for clearing these goods from this same warehouse late. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member from Ghana.
Madam Speaker, this matter is a very important matter. I wish that the system of Parliament would have enabled us to interrogate this matter thoroughly by way of asking more than one question. I have personally taken time to study this matter. Madam Speaker, while the country has grappled with issues of non-availabilities of drugs in many facilities, we have drugs that have been marooned at the named warehouse for over 4-5 months. The issue of efficacy comes into play, because even when we collect those drugs, are we guaranteed that efficacy will be guaranteed? Now, Honorable Minister, by appropriation, ZAMSA is funded through Parliament, and you have to give authority to ZAMSA to spend, which authority from my investigations was withheld by your office from ZAMSA. And it happens that these drugs, Madam Speaker, when they came in, they were taken to these warehouses on account that ZAMSA did not pay because of that authority you withheld from them, for them to pay. These are facts, Bambang. Honorable Minister, would you tell this House, because now this seems to be the serious breakdown of communication. You don't interface with ZAMSA, your office interfaces with the board. And ZAMSA is claiming the reason why those drugs went into that warehouse is because they could not pay for them. Is it the issue of management, the breakdown in communication? Is it the issue of funding and the instructions that you withheld? What really is this problem? Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for your follow-up questions. Firstly, Madam Speaker, members of Parliament should not feel restricted in asking questions, further questions beyond the minutes that are given. They are free to come to the Ministry of Health. They are free to go to ZAMSA. They are free to take information to the police, to the DEC. All these have been combined to investigate this matter, so that we don't push rumors, because rumors can be dangerous. And rumors will not help us to move forward. We are in this issue of governance together. This is why this matter has come here in public, to allow members who may have good information to give to the investigative wings of government that are investigating this matter. First point. Second point, Madam Speaker, the specific question relating to withholding authority to spend. The ZAMSA Act has what is called the drug fund, which fund resources come from this Parliament, second, which is government, second, resources from NEMA, thirdly, resources from donors. This fund is supposed to be managed by the Minister of Health. Sometime last year in August, ZAMSA asked that this authority to manage this fund be given exclusively to ZAMSA. Because I had confidence in the board and its management, I did write a letter to authorize them to begin managing it, but ensure that they give us quarterly reports. And that happened sometime last year, I think August, September, if I'm right in terms of the time. Since then, until last month, June, I decided as minister responsible to withhold that delegation, last month in June. And the reason, Madam Speaker, which prompted me to make that decision, in one of the review meetings when ZAMSA was asking for extra resources, they said they had run out of operational funds because the work they have now is huge. The amount they are managing, unlike before, is huge, and they need more operational funds. At that point, they said to me that in the last 2 months, they used resources from the drug fund to pay salaries. And that was done without express approval from the minister or from the Ministry of Health. When I saw that, I immediately said, and they were applying if we could allow them to use part of those funds to pay salaries for the next following month of June. At that stage, I said, no, you can't do that. If you have problems, apply for extra resources, but nothing to do with the drug fund, because we need consistency in government policy, and that money which is there may not just be government money, but money with the donors. And we don't want to lose confidence. When you agree that this money is for drugs, it better be for drugs. If you say this money is for operations, it better be for operations. It was at that stage that I instructed Permanent Secretary, who is the controlling officer, to write to ZAMSA indicating that the minister had withdrawn the delegation for them to withdraw money from the grant fund without the second signature from the Permanent Secretary in charge of administration. So that letter was written last month in May, and as I speak now, it is only being effected, I think, this week by way of writing to the bank and telling the bank every time there's a check to pay for drugs, because remember, these are normally bulk buyers, then the check must be signed both by ZAMSA DG and accountant and the PS Ministry of Health. That is the position. Lastly, Madam Speaker, is just to ask colleagues, please come and get information. Don't guess. And no need to get rumors. We'll give you any information that we want. Thank you.
I think at this rate we will not make progress. Huh? Honorable Member, what's the point of order?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me mention that I was in Egypt. And Madam Speaker, the boxes and the containers were clearly marked. The address for Zamsa was on the containers. So one wonders, Madam Speaker, why the containers were diverted to a private property. Madam Speaker, my point of order is that this matter, the Minister stated that this matter is under investigations. So, Madam Speaker, is the House in order to continue discussing a matter which is under investigations? Madam Speaker, I thank you. And this is against our standing orders. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member, before you actually came, you stood up, I was going to make an observation that in view of the fact that there are so many members that have indicated that they want to ask, and since this matter is being investigated, we seem to have more questions than answers. Because without having a correct position after investigations, we will just be speculating. And also for honorable members, didn't we pass the Access to Information Act recently? Why don't we use it and find out information so that when you come before this House, you can produce information, evidence, and then we'll be able to make sure that the honorable ministers are held accountable for whatever they are saying. So there is a call that the honorable minister is saying, please don't feel inhibited by the time that we are spending to deal with these matters. Feel free to approach and see her for any clarifications, because I know the honorable member for Kankoyo also did go with you, honorable member, for that. So I was even wondering, should he say more? But, you know, there are so many questions, like I've said, but we don't have the answers. Even the honorable minister doesn't know the answers at the moment, because we don't know what happened. Who caused those trucks to be diverted to J and J depot, JJ depot. So J and J depot. So those are questions. I think maybe let's wait for the investigations to be concluded. Then we'll be able to know who did what, who played what role. Whether it was the Zamsa board that was negligent, whether it was individuals who just wanted to take advantage of the situation, whether it was a political issue or what, we don't know. So let's make progress. Let's move to the next item. Unfortunately, we have to move. Question for oral answer under Standing Order 82. The Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Question number 388. Though the commencement order for the access to information, the minister has not yet signed, Madam. So tell him to sign. Thank you.
No. Is that a point of order or a complaint?
A complaint to you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Honorable Minister, you haven't brought it. I thought it was. Has it been operationalized? The Honorable Minister is not here. I will have a chat with him later. Then the Honorable Member for Pambashe can come for an answer at my office. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Madam Speaker, I've noticed that they want to ask me before I make a statement. Honorable Madam Speaker, Honorable Ronald Stotela, Member of Parliament for Pambashe constituency, asked the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security the following questions. The questions are: what caused the riots at Senama and Chiriapa markets in Mansa district on 10th July 2024? B, whether there were any lives lost or properties damaged? And C, what urgent measures the government is taking to maintain peace and tranquility in Mansa district and other parts of the country. Our response, Madam Speaker. In responding to the questions asked by the Honourable Member of Parliament, I wish to inform the House as follows. A. The riot started after a person who was repeatedly playing a recorded voice of Uvunga Nabalunda on a megaphone at Namwandwe Market was removed from the market by the Community Crime Prevention Unit officers. Brief facts of the matter are that on 10th July at 11 hours, Mansa Central Police Station received a phone call from the District Commissioner for Mansa District who reported that people were rioting at Namwandwe Market and that police assistance was urgently needed to prevent escalation of the riot. Acting on the report, police dispatched a team of officers to the market where they found commotion had engulfed the market. The officers managed to get to the CCPU office and picked the person who was removed from the market for playing an inciting recording of Uvunga Nabalunda on a megaphone in the market when he was selling chitenge material and not milime. The said person went into the market to sell chitenge material but started to repeatedly playing a recording of Uvunga Nabalunda on a megaphone. The market chairperson, who is a United Party for National Development member, approached him and advised him to refrain from playing such a recording in the market. At that point, the former market chairperson, who is a Patriotic Front member, together with the other Patriotic Front members, confronted the market chairperson for cautioning the person who was playing a recording. During the confrontation, the Community Crime Prevention Unit officers removed the person from the market and took him to their office. The confrontation degenerated into a riot after marketeers joined in to protest the removal of the man from the market by the CCPU officers. When the police officers arrived at the scene and picked the person, conveying him to Mansa Central Police Station, the crowd became riotous to the extent of pelting the police motor vehicles. Investigations were instituted and 30 persons were arrested and charged for conduct likely to cause breach of peace. They have since been released after paying admission of guilt fines. Madam Speaker, it is important for each and every citizen to promote peace, coexistence, and harmony if we are to live in a safe and peaceful environment. In this regard, I urge all peace-loving Zambians to refrain from acts that may incite members of the public to act in an undesirable manner. Similarly, I urge all members of the public to avoid taking the law into their own hands. Government will not tolerate unbefitting conduct and anarchy. B. No lives were lost. However, 2 police officers were injured during the riot. The 2 officers sustained injuries after a rubber ball grenade, one of them attempted to detonate, exploded before them within the cabin of the motor vehicle they were in. The grenade exploded in the right arm of one of the officers, causing him to lose a part of the palm. The other officer sustained burns when parts of the exploding grenade hit him on the face and the head. The driver managed to drive to Mansa General Hospital to seek medical attention. The only property so far to have been damaged during the riot is the windscreen of the Mansa Central Police Land Cruiser, which developed cracks after being hit by stones from the riotous people. C. Some of the measures put in place include the following. Both foot and motorized patrols are being intensified on a daily basis to ensure visibility of police officers. 2. Enhanced community policing through cooperation and collaboration with the community in the prevention of crime by engaging all stakeholders in the communities and encouraging them to participate and work closely with the police. 3. Retraining of police officers on effective handling of hand grenades and other arms. 4. Sensitizing the community on dangers to involve themselves in riotous behavior and other crimes. 5. Sensitizing the general public on the importance of upholding law and order through radio and television programs, amongst others. 6. Enhancing intelligence information gathering. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. Supplementary questions. The Honorable Member for Pambashe.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't know whether it is our officers on the ground who are given information to the minister who are withholding information from him, or it is just the minister that has chosen not to give the true picture. Madam Speaker, as we speak here, we regret that the house for the same market chairperson has been extensively damaged and burnt to ashes. The minister, are you aware that the market chairman's house in Mansa has been extensively damaged and burnt to ashes? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the Honorable Member of Parliament for Pambashe for revealing to this House that the house for the market chairperson was gutted. The information I have is that only the Land Cruiser belonging to Mansa Central constituency was damaged. I would like to thank you for that information that has been brought forward.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Bahati.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honorable Member of Parliament for Pambashe asked the Minister two questions. One is that what caused the riots at Senama? And the second one is that what caused the riots at Chiriapa? Madam Speaker, Senama is in Bahati constituency. Shut up, Gary. Senama is in Bahati constituency.
What did the Honorable Member for Bahati say?
Madam Speaker, I was just trying to ask the Minister to...
Honorable Member, withdraw.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw.
Thank
Honorable
you.
Gary, I will explain to you when you go outside. Madam Speaker, so what caused the riot at Senama is that there was an issue of suspected witchcraft. And what caused, Madam Speaker, the riot at Chiriapa is that a marketeer was simply playing a song, Alevwe de la Po, not the song that the minister alluded to. The marketeer was playing a song, Alevwe de la Po. Then the market chairperson, the market chairperson got so upset and asked the neighborhood watch to take that citizen to police. So what caused this, Madam Speaker, was the unprofessional behavior of the police, because the police dashed to Chiriapa and started beating up this man, and then the marketeers got upset and they started rioting. So I don't know if it's the minister who's trying to mislead us or it's officers from Mansa Police who have not given him the facts. So, Madam Speaker, the other thing I want to bring to the attention of the minister is that...
No, Honorable Member. We don't know now whether you are debating or you are giving evidence or you are asking a supplementary question. This is the time to ask supplementary questions.
Much obliged, Madam Speaker.
Yes, you have asked one question.
No, Madam Speaker, this person is still in a police custody. So I just wanted to ask the Minister, when is this person going to be out of police custody? Madam Speaker.
Now it's 2 questions, only 1 question. The Honorable Minister will pick 1 question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm going to answer the first part of the question, where the Honorable Member for Bahati, where there is this infamous township called Senama, which is famous in Bahati. And he's saying that at that place, at the market, the member of the public was playing a song called Alebwele Lapo. And he was there, according to what, because he has information contrary to what I have. Yes.
Honorable Member for Bahati, you know the rules. Restrain yourself, please. May the Minister continue.
Madam Speaker, he's disputing my report. And according to him, because he was there, he was listening to the song. And the people are unhappy that they were playing a song called Alebwele Lapo, when he will never come back. They started rioting, according to the report I have.
Order, honorable members, honorable members. Honorable Member for Bahati, you wanted to explain what this Senama is all about. What does it mean?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Senama is a beautiful, peaceful township in Bahati constituency, and it is the biggest township in Bahati constituency, Madam Speaker. I've been there and had lunch with Honorable Jack Mwembo in Senama. So, Madam Speaker, it's just a name of our township, our biggest township. What it means, you consult me outside, I'll explain.
No. Your answers are so loaded. The Honorable Member for Luena.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity given the people of Luena to make a follow-up question. Honorable Minister, you have indicated that there are people that are in a tendency of inciting the public, especially over the mistaken and misguided belief that there is anybody who can Welelapo. In fact, not too long ago, one of the alleged secretary generals of a named party said that if a ruling was to be made that an individual isn't eligible to recontest the elections, then there will be no election.
Let's just ask supplementary questions. We don't want to degenerate into a political debate. Ask a supplementary question, please.
Okay, Hammer now, Hammer. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, Honorable Minister, is the government going to enhance measures to ensure there is no lawlessness, there is peace and order in the nation by nipping in the bud wherever there is an indication that there are some people that are seeking to cause disturbances in the country? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we, as the new Dawn administration, are on record informing members of the public that we shall not allow political activities in marketplaces, that we are not going to allow cadreism in marketplaces. These places, Madam Speaker, are for all members of the public, is irrespective of political affiliation. And we have lived to that instruction. We have ensured from the time we took over office, Madam Speaker, that there are no party political offices in markets. And we have instructed that no party activities should take place in markets. And as a result of that particular instruction, emanating from the head of state, and which instruction was actualized by the Minister of Local Government and Housing, there has been relative peace in trading spaces in the country. It is as a result of this unusual conduct on that particular day that led to rioting. And this sad incident should actually invoke the patriotism on the part of Zambians that such activities should not be allowed in marketplaces. If you want to do politics, there are other areas where you have to involve yourself in politics. And I have no doubt in my mind that Zambians are now proud that sanity has returned in markets, sanity has returned in bus stations, unlike the way it was in the past. I call upon all of us leaders here to ensure that we do not allow lawlessness. Madam Speaker, it's difficult to retain peace and tranquility. You are aware of what is obtaining in other countries where they have lost peace and stability. We cannot allow that to happen. We want everyone to trade freely in a marketplace or public with by any member of the public. That is our appeal.
Thank you very much. Honorable Member for Pambashe, do you have another question?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the appeal by the Minister is well noted, but the actions of his officers on the ground are opposite to what you said.
Sorry, order, Honorable Member for Pambashe. There is another point of order. At this rate, like I said, we will not make much progress. Honorable Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, what's the point of order?
Madam, my point of order is pursuant to Order 65, where we are compelled it's changed, 71. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. I'm living in the past.
71, if it was the former 65.
I apologize. 71. And it's on Honorable Member of Parliament for Pambashe, Mr. Ronald Stotela. Madam, last week, when we were debating the report from the committee, from the chairman of the Interparliamentary Union Committee of this Parliament, Mr. Stotela is on record. Is on record as having made a public apology for the manner in which his party allowed cadreism as Mayor Man United for wearing a red t-shirt. Now that they seem to have the answer for the question that they are raising here, augmented by his colleague, the MP for Bahati, that in the market they were blaring a song, a very deafening and irritating song called Alewere Po, signifying the attempt to rekindle this very act that caused Mr. Stotela to apologize. Is he in order not to remain consistent with his apology than what he's trying to do now, asking a question for the answers that he already knows, that they are trying to rekindle cadreism in the marketplaces. I seek your ruling, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for the point of order. But the Honorable Member for Pambashe had attempted to ask this matter as a matter of urgent matter without notice. He was advised to put in an urgent question. He did submit an urgent question, and it was admitted. So the Honorable Minister is just answering these questions. So I don't know those apologies that he made and what, but since the question was admitted, we will go through it. Let's just avoid politicizing this issue of Alebwelelapo, Trump, saga, what, people wanting to come back. Let's not get into that. There are people who want to come back, others don't want him to come back. Let's leave that to the outside when we discuss as politicians. But on the floor of this House, the question was asked, it was admitted, let's deal with it. And we're almost getting through it just now. So the Honorable Member for Pambashe is in order to ask the question. Although Honorable Member for Pambashe, please remain consistent. You may proceed. Your next question.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, it is out of consistency that whenever there are some emerging discontent amongst the community, as readers, we must stand and provide leadership. And more so to them that is given, more is demanded. And the Minister of Local Government, this must be your matter of interest. That the UPND
Honorable
must not
Member
start
for
doing what people are doing.
Pambashe, the point of order was dealt with, ruling delivered. Ask your supplementary question.
Madam Speaker, the question to the Minister responsible for internal security and home affairs is, what he's saying here, Madam Speaker, is totally different from what is happening on the ground. And that level of inconsistency is what may be causing disturbances among the people. The Minister has clearly indicated that the 30 people were picked and charged and paid admission of guilt. Madam Speaker, one of the individuals who was alleged to be playing the song in the market, to date, is in police custody. And yesterday, they even took him to court, Minister, if you are not aware. What are we trying to achieve in being double standard and not to tell the truth before the Honorable Speaker? Our friends in Chirundu ran away with a box of ballot papers, a serious offense. They were just meant to pay admission of guilt for conduct. A person playing a song, Madam Speaker, is arrested, detained for over a week and taken to court. Which means is that the justice system we expect to be seeing in Zambia. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member of Parliament has raised a matter which I didn't want to address here. But because he has raised it, I'm going to address it. Madam Speaker, my colleague, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Pambashe, knows what the PF government used to do. Yes. Yes, I'm going to come to what is happening now. He knows that when a member of PF during their reign committed a heinous act, they will arrest them for a very minor offense so that they are protected by the law. If it was not unprocedural, I was going to name individuals who were arrested for very minor offenses when they had committed very serious offenses during their time. And we have been consistent ourselves that we will not repeat what used to happen under PF. We will not want to do that. He has brought in the issue of what happened in Chirundu. He has no evidence of what happened there. We as police know what transpired in Chirundu. And we took appropriate action there. The PF would not have done that. They would have protected the individuals. But we did take action ourselves. We immediately arrested those who were responsible, unlike what you used to do. Madam Speaker, coming to the issue which my colleague is raising here. Madam Speaker, if you are aware of the facts of the incidences, it is not prudent to bring the matter here. Because you raise matters, Madam Speaker, if you would want to solicit for information. That is the essence of asking a question. If you have the information, why not lay it on the table? Why ask me? Why ask me? If you have an issue pertaining to the conduct of the police, Madam Speaker, my office is open. He has the power and the authority to lodge a complaint through my office or through the Police Public Complaints Commission. The law was promulgated by this House. If a policeman misconducts himself and the police have done nothing, you take an action against an individual policeman, and that policeman will be answerable to the Commission. That is what the law says. To come here and start lecturing me on issues he knows what transpired there is not appropriate. Because I give information based on the information I've been given. That's what I have. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. I think let's make progress. Let's make progress. But Honorable Member for Pambasha, if you have information that is contrary to what the Honorable Minister is saying, please lay it on the table or bring it to my office so that we make progress. Notes of motion, the Honorable Member for Sioma.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker.
So there was a purpose for wearing that he is speaking. He is debating today. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House adopts the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 12th July 2024.
Thank you. Is the motion seconded?
Yes, it is, Madam Speaker.
Seconded by the Honorable Member for Feira. The question is that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, laid on the table of the House on Friday, 12th July 2024. Any debate? The Honorable Member for Sioma.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in performing its duties, the committee was guided by its terms of reference as set out in the 2024 standing orders. During this session, the committee considered 43 new assurances, some of which have already been implemented and closed, while 211 are outstanding. Madam Speaker, allow me from the inception to state that the committee's observations and recommendations on various assurances which were probed are documented in the committee's report. I'm very sure that the honorable members have taken time to read through the report, and I will therefore highlight a few of the assurances. Madam Speaker, allow me to mention through this August House that implemented a number of assurances, including one, the construction of Chilanga fuel depots in Chilanga district. 2, the rehabilitation of Kenneth Kaunda Stadium in Eastern Province and the third one, the connection of Lumezi Mission Hospital to the national power grid. The committee had an opportunity to visit the assurances during its local tour program. Madam Speaker, I will briefly comment on some of the assurances made on the floor of the House on Friday, the 24th March 2023. The Minister of Home Affairs made an assurance that the government had plans to construct Katete National Registration Offices. The contractor, Merchant General Dealers, was paid the contract sum of 554,730 for all arrears as of March 2022. Madam Speaker, during its local tour, the committee visited the Katete project to appreciate its implementation with concern, which was supposed to be completed in 3 months, has taken 12 years. The committee further observed with disappointment that the quality of workmanship is very poor and materials used are substandard. The committee therefore recommends that the works must be redone and that the supplier should be engaged to replace the substandard materials with good quality materials. In addition, the committee strongly urges the executive to ensure that technical staff from the Department of Preventive Maintenance Services at the Chipata Provincial Administration are incorporated into the construction team to guarantee good workmanship. Madam Speaker, on Tuesday, 15th February 2022, the Minister of Infrastructure, Housing and Urban Development informed the nation through this August House that the construction of Nyimba District Hospital as of September 2021 was at 65% completion. The hospital was expected to be completed within 6 months by 31st June 2022 at the estimated cost of 18,450,000 kwacha. Madam Speaker, during its local tour, the committee visited the hospital and learned with disappointment that the project had stalled and that the contractor was not on site. This was contrary to what was reported in the action taken report. The committee further observed that although the hospital is partially open to the public, it operates without certain key departments such as radiology, mortuary, wards, and laundry, which can only be accessed at the Nyimba Urban Clinic. The committee further observed that the hospital building has developed serious cracks, especially along the corridor of the main entrance. In light of these disheartening findings, the committee strongly urges the executive to immediately summon the contractor to address the poor workmanship, to ensure that the remaining works are completed in good time so that the hospital can begin to operate at full capacity. Madam Speaker, the committee is saddened by the huge number of unfulfilled assurances and finds the situation as unacceptable. Some of the assurances date back as far as 2013. The committee is further concerned that the executive continues to make assurances on the floor of the House without matching resources to implement them. Further, the committee is not satisfied with the responses given in the action taken report. In this regard, the committee recommends that the executive should critically examine the assurances so far given and ensure that they are fulfilled before presenting new ones. The committee further recommends that every assurance given on the floor of the House must be allocated with the required amount of resources for its completion. As I conclude, Madam Speaker, permit me to express my sincere gratitude to you and the Office of the Clerk of the National Assembly for the guidance and support rendered to the committee during its deliberations. The committee is also indebted to all the stakeholders who appeared before it for their cooperation in providing the necessary information that formed the committee's report. Madam Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you very much. Does the seconder wish to speak now or later?
Now, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Feira.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was going to wear my green suit as well, except that because of load shedding, it was not ironed. Madam Speaker, I thank you. I thank you for according me this opportunity and the people of Feira to second this motion, which is very, very important, and also to thank the mover of the motion, who's able chairperson of the committee,
Honorable Kalie Mandandi for able manner in which he presided over the proceedings as well as the committee's work. Madam Speaker, in seconding the motion that is before the House, just allow me to augment a few issues that we observed as a committee, both in receiving testimonies from witnesses as well as the local tour. With regard to nitrogen chemicals, Madam Speaker, the committee was briefed that NCZ is yet to receive the balance of 3 million kwacha, which at the time was equivalent to $2 million, meant for topping up of the procurement of the fertilizer blending plant. Now, because of that, this has undermined the production of fertilizer, which this country needs a lot. The committee was also briefed that during the 12th NCZ, that the promise to capitalize NCZ, which was made in 2022, was yet to be fulfilled as further funding has not been made available to NCZ. Madam Speaker, the process of procuring the blending plant was actually reported to be completed by the witnesses. But when the committee went on the ground, discovered that that had not been completed. So we noted serious disparities in what was reported in writing and verbally by controlling officers in the ministries and what was actually obtaining on the ground. Madam Speaker, the committee was also privileged to travel to Vubu district where a boarding school, secondary school, was under construction. It was noted with displeasure that the Ministry of Education's inconsistency also in reporting to the committee in the action taken report that it was completed. We discovered that actually the funds amounting to 4 million, which were allocated to the contractor, the contractors were actually not on site. That being the case, the committee, after touring the school, was discovered that not only was the contractor not on site, but also works were not as reported. The committee wondered what could have happened to the money which was released. Therefore, the committee recommends that the executive should immediately secure funds to complete the remaining works at the school, as this is the only boarding school in the district. Further, it was noted that the executive may have to consider partially opening the school, as the pupils who should have been in this school were squatting at Mbande Day Boarding School. At Mbande Boarding School, the partial opening of the school will not help to reduce the teenage pregnancies which had been and actually were confirmed to have been on the rise in the district. The committee further urges the executive to immediately release the allocated funds for the completed school. Further, Madam Speaker, the committee also toured Chanida and Kalemba Day secondary schools, and the school projects had actually stalled. The first one at Chanida, it was at 80%, while Kalemba was at 90%, respectively. Yet the executive reported in the action taken report that the schools were actually completed. Madam Speaker, the committee was privileged to undertake a number of visits to the projects that were reported to have been completed, and we noted the disparities. And it is important for this House to note that most of the reports that we received actually turned out to have been false. Madam Speaker, the committee also undertook a foreign tour to Ghana, where best practices for quality health care were to be learned from. And we noted how the Ghana health insurance scheme was operating and how the same was being actualized to actually provide access to more people to health services. Madam Speaker, what was notable and compared to this country is that unlike NEMA, where a member fully contributes and the same money is realized to provide the service, in Ghana, actually the source of funding to the National Insurance Scheme comes from 2% from goods and services sold, but also 2% points of each person's contribution to the basic social security, contribution from the informal sector, as well as budgetary allocation. Madam Speaker, we want to just emphasize that our colleagues have looked outside the normal source of income to ensure that there's funding to the health sector. In particular, we are referring to the mining sector. A particular tax going to the NIMA could actually be introduced to tax some of these companies and mining corporations that are not being taxed in order to raise money for health services. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, allow me just to emphasize the importance of this committee, and we feel that we have the view that perhaps we have not utilized this committee as an institution or as a third wing of government, in that in providing oversight, the committee has had few sittings per year, and also even the tours of these projects out there are actually not, the days are not adequate. We are of the view that there's need to look at the Government Assurance Committee as much as we look at the Public Accounts Committee, which merely looks at the expenses. Not that it's not important, but yes, there is accountability that is ensured through the Public Accounts Committee, but there's more need that even the physical product or the physical structures that this money is going towards should be checked and be able to ensure that the expenses or the expenditure tallies with the quality as well as the construction of most of this. Having said that, Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you very much. Just maybe to say that each committee, honorable member, is important. No matter whether it's Public Accounts Committee, Government Assurances, they are equally important as we provide oversight to the executive. Any further debate? The honorable member for Chairman North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. People of Chairman North, an opportunity to say a few words on this particular report. First and foremost, I want to thank the mover of this motion, Honorable Mandandi, and also the second, Honorable Tembo. Madam Speaker, indeed, this is a very, very important committee because this is the committee which is supposed to come up with issues so that we as members of parliament are able to hold the government leaders accountable. When ministers come on this floor of the House and make promises, I think it is important that the government must be able to honor those promises they make. Madam Speaker, quickly I want to go to just certain areas which are of our concern, that is in Chama district. I noticed that the committee noted with the great concern the continued stored tiring of the Chama Matumbo Road. Madam Speaker, we cannot continue to be talking about Chama Matumbo Road from the time of independence. I remember very well when I was in grade 3 at Chama Primary School. It's when this project started in 1973. But up to this time, the Chama Matumbo Road has remained a song. So the committee is very, very right to urge the government that I think it is important that this particular project must be completed as quickly as possible. The people of Chama also deserve a fair share of the national cake. They also pay taxes to this government. We have had the UNIP, MMD, the Patriotic Front, and now the UPND. So I hope that the new Dawn government would be able to complete this project, because under the Patriotic Front, about 65% kilometers of this road was done. But later, there was no funding to this project for quite some years now. So I want to appeal to this government that this project is very, very key. The Chama Matumbo Road, Chama Rundazi Road, this is a very key trade route because of its proximity to the port of Dar es Salaam in Tanzania. Madam Speaker, it takes from Dar es Salaam to Chipata via Kapiriposhi. It's 2,000 kilometers. But from 2000, about 2008, 600 kilometers. But from Dar es Salaam via Chama to Chipata is 1,600 kilometers. Meaning that if this road is done, we are going to save 1,000 kilometers. So this particular project will trigger a lot of economic activities, not only in Chama, but the entire Eastern Province and neighboring countries such as Mozambique and Malawi, respectively. The committee also note the assurances which have been made on this floor of the House on the Chamarundas Road. I started hearing about these assurances as early as 1980s, ministers on this floor of the House saying that the government was going to tar the Chama Matumbo Road, but the Chamarundas Road. But how many years have passed? The people of Chama have continued to lament over this particular project because the Chamarundas Road is also very key. So we want to urge this government that please, ministers also have come on this floor of the House to make assurance to the people of Chama that the Chama-Lundas Road is going to be tarred. I'm happy that so far there are discussions taking place between the government and certain cooperating partner, and we hope that those discussions are going to be fruitful, and we want to see to it that the people should be able to receive good news from the new Dawn government on the issue of the Chama Matumbo and Chama Lundas Road respectively. Madam Speaker, the committee also has highlighted the delayed completion of Chiwale Boarding Secondary School. The Chiwale Boarding Secondary School is a modern secondary school which is almost 85% completion. But for so many years, that school has been abandoned. When I went there, Madam Speaker, grass had overgrown, started vandalizing a modern school, and then you let the institution just to go to waste like that. I'm happy that through engagements with the government, some funds were released so that the Chiwale Boarding School can be completed as quickly as possible. And I want to urge the government, please, let's honor this promise and ensure that the Chiwale Boarding School is completed as quickly as possible so that our pupils in those areas are able to access boarding school and Chiwale Secondary School. I'm aware that what is remaining is just water reticulation. And all the designs were done according to even the report. A committee was even sent to Chiwale. We even had a meeting in Chinsari to discuss about the same issue. So it is my appeal that Chiwale Boarding School is very, very critical. So the issue of water education and the electrification, I think so far we engaged ZESCO and also the Ministry of Education. So I want to appeal to them that the Ministry of Education must speed up to ensure that the electrification is done. And also the issue of water, the boreholes in Chama district. It's very, very sad that some of these contractors, I think they need to be blacklisted. There is no way you have been given a contract, it takes 2-3 years, you can't execute those contracts. Chama had 24 boreholes, 12 in Chama North, Chama South. 2022, up to this time, a contractor has not even been on the ground. But if you look in this report, the executive response, they are saying that the contractor was citing water. That is not true. The contractor has never stepped foot in that, both in Chama North and in Chama South. So I think it is important that some of these contractors must be blacklisted. Whether you are a Zambian contractor, I think it is important that we must be serious when we have been given these contracts. I think Indian contractors have shown that they are better in terms of drilling of that. Let's be very particular, the people we award contracts. It's true what the report is talking about here, that how do you give one contractor to drill boreholes the entire Eastern Province, the entire Mchinga Province? This is where the problem is. So I think this is a very serious issue over the issue of boreholes. There is nowhere our people can be lamenting they can't have access to water when the money is lying there just because of some of these contractors. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, I also noticed that in the report, the committee has also spoken about the issue of communication towers. It is taking too long. I'm happy I've seen the Minister of Science and Technologies here. I'm happy that finally the contractor, I think, is on site for two sites, Chiwale and Silvanaba in Chama North constituents. But, Madam Speaker, I think it is important that these procurement processes, I think they are retarding progress. There is no procurement process in the government must be taking 1 year, 2 years. We feel that there is a way in which we must ensure that these contracts are executed as quickly as possible so that our people are able to receive the services within a short period of time. So it is few remarks, Madam Speaker. I want to say I support this particular report. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Member for Nyimba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I'm supporting the recommendation and whatever has come out of this report, and the report is on point, Madam Speaker. A good number of projects, Madam Speaker, have been a problem, and the problem hasn't been only on part of government. Some projects, Madam Speaker, have been on the part of the contractors. Again, the worst part is that the contractors, Madam Speaker, we still keep on giving the same contractors who have failed us as a country. Today in Eastern Province is dried up, and contracts were given to people to do bores. Madam Speaker, if you check these contractors, man, have been paid, they are not on site, they are not working, and you look at the money which has been paid, even the job which has been executed.
Order. Thank you for the reminder. Order. As the time is 16:40, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a health break.
Thank you for still watching Parliament Television. Business has been suspended for a 20-minute health break, and at the time business was being suspended, on the floor of the House was Nyimba, Member of Parliament, Mr. Minyani Zulu, contributing to a motion that was moved earlier on by Sioma, Member of Parliament, Mr. Kalia Mandandi, urging that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Friday, 12th July 2024. And this motion was seconded by FERA Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Tembo. And so we do expect Mr. Minyani Zulu to continue with his debate once business resumes at 17 hours.
Earlier on, we did see Chairman of Member of Parliament, Mr. Yotam Tachalo, debating to this report, and when business resumed at 14:30 hours earlier, we did see Madam Speaker making announcements and one ruling, and the first announcement that Madam Speaker made was she reminded the House that it has come to our attention that honourable members who seek permission to attend the sitting of the House or committee meetings virtually are not daring to lay down guidelines for avoidance of doubt. Once permission is granted for the House or committee meeting virtually, the member is expected to have the camera of his or her electronic device or during the entire sitting, and his or her image shall be displayed on the screen in the chamber. Such a member is expected to observe all the rules that apply to the House or committee meeting.
And Madam Speaker further stated that members are reminded to refer to the regulations on virtual sitting circulated to all members through the circular dated 9th July 2024. In that regard, a member who shall not observe the rules on virtual attendance shall be deemed to be absent from sitting for all intents and purposes.
The announcement that the Right Honourable Madam Speaker made was to remind the House that there will be an elective annual general meeting for the Interparliamentary Union IPU Zambia National Group on Wednesday, 24th of July 2024 at 10:30 hours in the auditorium at Parliament buildings.
Madam Speaker informed the honourable members that nomination papers for the elections were available at the chamber reception desk main entrance to the chamber. The field nomination papers should be submitted to the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly not later than Monday, 22nd July 2024 at 16 hours.
The last announcement that Madam Speaker made earlier in the day was to recognize the presence in the public gallery pupils and teachers from two schools. The first one was African Preparatory Academy, St. Edmund School in Matero, Lusaka District, and on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia. There was a ruling that Madam Speaker made earlier on, Taza. Just the detail of that ruling.
And this ruling was on a point of order raised on Thursday, 27th June 2024 by Honorable Gigi Nkombo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, against Mr. B. Mpundu, Member of Parliament from Kana constituency for not substantiating statements he made while debating on the floor of the House. We will give you the details of this ruling at a later stage.
For now, we take a short break. When we come back, we'll interest you to what is yet to be considered on the floor of the House. Remember, we do have 3 bills that are coming at different stages. Keep watching Parliament Television.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
My name is Honorable Elias Mubanga, who is a nominated Member of Parliament and who is the Minister for Small and Medium Enterprise Development in Zambia. I am a family man. I'm married and I have kids who I love so much. And before I joined Parliament, I've been running my own enterprise, my own business. And I've run my own business for over 25 years. So I started as a micro, small business, and I grew my business to a medium business. So I understand entrepreneurship. I understand the challenges the businesses, especially small and medium businesses, go through in this country. And that's why His Excellency the President of the Republic of Zambia saw it fit that I'm able to run the small and medium ministry, which is a new ministry to take care of the, smaller businesses in the country. My aim is to first and foremost formalize, these informal small businesses, to make sure that they register. That's my mandate number 1, and that's what we are working on. And then we are also trying to make sure that we put up a policy, the policy that will address the small and medium businesses in this country, because we've never had, such a ministry, or we've never had an institution emphasizing the small and medium businesses which occupy a bigger space in this country. Over 95% of all the businesses in the country are in the hands of the small and medium businesses. And that's why we want to make sure that they are formalized. That's why we want to make sure that the policy is there, and we give them regulations that will guide, these businesses. You see, once we formalize these businesses, then the government will be able to have, a wider tax base from the formal or formalization of these small and medium businesses. The vision is to make sure that we grow this sector. That is my vision. Meaning we must make sure that these businesses start growing from micro, small to medium. So that's my aim, is to make sure that I give guidance, I give provision, I also help, once they are formalized, we can also help them to have skills how to run businesses, and as well, for them to have access to finance.
My name is Elvis Chishalankandu, Member of Parliament for Kabwata constituency. I'm a family man with four children. I have a wife who is a teacher, and I'm 51 now. So the way I'm looking is not the way you may see me, because sometimes you may look youthful, but you are not. So 51 is not a joke. So I was schooled in Kabwata, Kasongole Primary to be specific. Then went to Kamba Secondary Technical School, where I did my secondary education. From there, I just did business management and marketing. So with an advanced diploma. My constituency is a very huge one, especially that, first I want to say that this is the constituency that the Vice President came from, and he was there for 2 terms. So I think 1 or 2 members of Parliament had followed, then me. So this is a very huge assignment that I've found myself in, because you are aware that she did a lot of things. So now people are able to compare what she did and what we are doing. So indeed we need to work extra hard. But by and large I would say that it's a very large constituency. Rural constituencies, normally they are very, very large. Looking at 17 wards, and it's about 180 kilometers from where we border Chienge and Chimamilongo on the other side. So it's, as I said, it's very large constituency. But we do manage. You can't get from one end to the other in 1 day or 2 days. It takes me 10 days to finish that constituency. If I want to finish it, 10 days, sometimes 14 days. Because in 10 days, you need to make sure that at least you cover so many words in a few days. Yeah, but I think we are managing. The developmental agenda for that constituency, especially for me, and I think I was voted in because of that, what I'm about to say. One, my people there have never seen a paved road, which we call a tarmac road. It's a paved road. They have never seen it. And where you can see it is about 150 kilometers just to find a paved road. Being a rural constituency, definitely we have impassable roads that we do have. But I think it's something that we are now addressing. One important issue that we are addressing is buying the earth-moving equipment, which we have bought. So some of the roads that are in Kabwata constituency will be done by ourselves. The only road that will be looking for government support is the main one, which comes from Ncherenge, passes through Kabwata, and go to Nsama district. Now, this is not the only district that have never seen a paved road. Even Chienge constituency or Chienge district and Nsama on the right side, they have never also seen a tarmac road. So I think these 3 constituencies or districts, I think we have a lot to do to make sure that our people really see development. Because for them, what they may view as development is to put a road there. For them, that is a priority. Obviously, there are also other issues like building schools. We are doing that. We are also building clinics or health centers. Our focus has been also to put up the skills training institution there, because we don't have. So we are exporting a lot of our children to either Luapula and Luapula province, which is Mansa, and Kasama, which is in the northern province. So we want to see a situation where we have our own skills training center in the district or in the constituency. Apart from that, we're also looking at sports facilities. we have a lot of talent in those constituencies like mine, but I think what they are lacking are facilities. So we are also looking at how best we can try to put up even a small multi-sports facility in the constituency, so that a lot of our young people will be able to use that facility and be able to be identified as potential footballers, potential athletes. So I think those are some of the issues that we are looking at. Most importantly, we do not have a hospital that we can call a hospital. Yes, there's a hospital there, but I think it could be a level 1, and we have a lot of people now in Kabwata district. So we need a very big hospital so that we lessen on referring our patients to Kasama, which is about 400 kilometers. On the other side, the other hospital, which is near to us, is about 150 kilometers. So we do have a lot of challenges in terms of patients. When they are referred, sometimes they die along the way. So I think that is also a very big challenge. Yeah, there are also other important issues that we may look at, but I think Rome was not built in a day. There are these issues of roads, issues of infrastructure development. I think for us, these are some of the important issues that we need to work on. In fact, some of them even before rain season, especially the roads, before the rain season, we should make sure that we do these roads. And looking forward now to government to ensuring that we are given a paved road, which will really assist us in terms of getting the raw materials, because we also have gotten into farming. And I think we have a lot of rice there. There is Kabwata rice, which we need also to explore. We have also ground nuts, maize now is being also, we have fish because of Lake Mweru and Tipa. So there's a lot that we have in our district, but because of the roads that are impassable, it is very difficult for people to trade. So those are some of the issues that we need to look at. The word of hope. Obviously, we were voted on the ticket of change, first and foremost, and we're going to do just that. The hope that I've continued giving the people of Kabwata is that they voted the right people, starting with the president himself, the vice president who is also heading from that same area. We have now a member of parliament who is also a minister. So we should not have a reason at the end of the day not to develop that particular area, especially that we have the vice president who comes from there. I'm coming from there. The president has been there also and promised people that they will have some changes when we run. These are some of the promises that we are trying to fulfill. So let them just continue having that trust in us, and I believe that by 2026 they will have a lot in Kabwata. If we are given another mandate, definitely Kabwata will never be the same. A lot of things looking for. So they plead to them to make sure that we work together, because all these developmental projects that we are about to undertake, and some of them we've already started undertaking, we can't do them ourselves as member of parliament or the vice president or the president. We need them to join hands with us so that we work together, and then we'll be able to see a change that we've been looking for in Kabwata constituency.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information,
thank you for still watching Parliament Television. Shortly at 17 hours, we will cross back for the live parliamentary proceedings. And at the time, business was suspended for the 20 minutes health break. Mr. Minyani Zulu, who is Nimba Member of Parliament, was on the floor of the House contributing to a motion that's urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Friday, 12th July 2024. This motion was moved by Sioma Member of Parliament, Mr. Kaliye Mandambi.
We still have the Zambia Institute of Advanced Legal Education Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 4 of 2024, coming up at second reading. The Lands Tribunal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 6 of 2024, coming up at report stage. And the last bill that is expected to be considered on the floor of the House is the Supplementary Appropriation 2024 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 8 of 2024, coming up at third reading.
Exactly, President, and so far the House has considered also one question for oral answer, Understanding Order 82. That's question 388. It did come from Mr. Ronald Chitotela, who is Pambashe Member of Parliament. His question was directed to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security.
It's 17 hours. We now cross over to the floor of the House for the resumption of business. Remember, this is still on 2 minutes health break.
Progress.
Is the bell ringing? The bell, is it ringing? Okay. Yes, I'm counting time.
And so far, Chama North Member of Parliament, Mr. Yotam Tacharo, has debated, and at the time business was suspended. It was Nyimba, Member of Parliament, was on the floor of the House debating. And earlier on, we had a ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was on the floor of the House by the MP, and it was on the delivery of medicines and medical supplies. We'll give you the details of that ministerial statement just after adjournment today.
Exactly, President, and we also had a ruling. This ruling was on a point of order raised on Thursday, 27th June 2024 by Honorable Jijin Kombo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, against Mr. Bimpundu, Member of Parliament for Nkana constituency, for not substantiating statements he made while debating on the floor of the House.
There were three announcements that Madam Speaker made earlier in the day, where she recognized the presence, the public gallery, pupils and teachers from two schools, and these are Preparatory Academy and Edmond School in Matero, Lusaka District. And on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, Madam Speaker did warmly welcome the visitors to the National Assembly of Zambia.
The other announcement that Madam Speaker made is where she reminded the House that there will be an elective annual general meeting, AGM, for the Interparliamentary Union IPU Zambia National Group on Wednesday 2024 at 10:30 hours in the auditorium at Parliament Buildings.
The bells are still ringing, which means that the quorum is not yet constituted. It is a requirement that 1/3 of the total number of members of Parliament be present for any business to be transacted on the floor of the House. So once the quorum is formed, we'll resume. For now, we'll trust you with because shortly business resumes. Keep watching Parliament Television.
Order. When business was suspended, the House was considering the motion moved by the Honorable Member for Sioma that this House adopts the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the third session of the 13th National Assembly laid on the table of the House on Friday, 12th July 2024. And the Honorable Member for Nyimba was debating. May the Honorable Member continue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you wonder the rationale on giving a contract or to one company to do the whole province and the other province. My question, Madam Speaker, to the executive is that where is that patriotism to our resources and assuring people that the balls will be done, the shallow balls, Madam Speaker. I'll give you a practical example of 11 balls done in Nyimba. Out of 11 for last year, only one has survived. The list are shallow balls. There's nothing to call of a shallow ball. Madam Speaker, I also want to talk, I agree with the report on the electrification of and upgrades of power in our schools and our health facilities across the country. And I think we need to do more as a country. We need to do more as our colleagues from the executives. They need to do more so that they can give RIA or the Ministry of Energy enough resources so that the country can upgrade in terms of power. We need to, Madam Speaker, which we are facing a lot of problems these days to green energy, so that each district, or maybe should I say each province, can come up with a solar farm to make sure that each and every constituency or districts are supplied. The dense populated constituencies like mine, which is Nyimba, Madam Speaker, you may wish to know that the power, the electricity we have in my constituency is less than 20% of a constituency with over 150,000 people, and this does not help us. Madam Speaker, good schools like Achorora Secondary School, Chibale Secondary School, Madam Speaker, which has got so many numbers of kids, pupils from other districts, you find out that there is no power. And the money the schools are paying is so much than the money we can build up a solar farm for those facilities. So we need to start thinking. We need to change the way we do things, because the money we waste as a country is so much in a long project, in some of the wrong, and forgetting the other project which is viable and profitable to the country. The issue of saying Ndarama Zaboma, meaning this is government money, we can do anything, should come to an end so that we do something sensible, Madam Speaker. I'm expecting the Ministry of Finance to make sure that they give RIA enough funds so that RIA can improve in connecting our schools and our health facilities. Madam Speaker, I agree with the report. In 2022, February, this House was assured by the Minister of Infrastructure that by December 2022, Nyimba District Hospital will be up and running. Madam Speaker, again in 2023, the same hospital was promised that by December 2023, the hospital will be up and running. Madam Speaker, even as of today, there is nothing happening at this hospital. Nothing. We were told people have mobilized. I argued that there's none, there's no one, there's no company working at this hospital. I was saying that no, everything is in order. Madam Speaker, today we are reading a report where they are saying there's nothing, the hospital has cracked. We only needed by then 18 million kwacha. Today we are being told the rates have to be revised so that we can have new rates. Madam Speaker, meaning this hospital has gone up, and we are losing resources to develop other clinics, Madam Speaker. You may wish to know, as big as Nyimba is, Madam Speaker, there is not even a single government main hospital. The main hospitals which were there, Madam Speaker, were taken away from Nyimba and they went somewhere else. Today, even the main hospital we have managed by the Catholic Church in Chamilala Ward, servicing Lufunsa constituents, servicing Nyimba constituents, servicing Fera constituents. Madam Speaker, it's got no power. So these things are servicing all these three districts. Madam Speaker, we do not have power. And what kind of people are we? We need to start moving. Madam Speaker, a good number of people have begun to Kulamba traditional ceremony. This a black spot and this is a trauma center. And Madam Speaker, anything can happen at Samilala. And this is the nearest hospital provided by us, by the Catholic Church, equipped, Madam Speaker, with modern equipment, but they are still lying in the containers. We are talking about containers, medicine, Madam Speaker, and some of the containers. We have equipment, Madam Speaker, meant for that hospital. They could not connect them because the money we have, the little money we have, we buy diesel. And this is the kind of people we are, Madam Speaker, telling people that we are going to manage these things. Madam Speaker, I'm so disappointed again on the Ministry of Justice. The Ministry of Justice, Madam Speaker, was supposed to have completed our only court in our district. But as of today, Madam Speaker, for the committee, that the work contractors, Madam Speaker, I have today the contractors in Himba doing a CDF project, Madam Speaker. They are far much better than the contractors coming from Saka. And this is beyond any member of parliament, Madam Speaker, to make, if it was within my powers, I would have said, may I all have the contractors coming from Nimba, because I've got the district at heart. These people are being given from the ministries here in Lusaka, Madam Speaker, they help us nothing. And I rest my case.
The Honourable Member for Kamfinsa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the people of Kamfinsa are interested in this report for reasons that I refer to on page 11, page 25, as well as page 26, Madam Speaker, and for the benefit of our dear residents in the constituency, as well as the members of the public, a government assurance is basically a commitment to honor something that has to be undertaken. Madam Speaker, Standing Order 80, which is in the new standing orders, allows us to bring oral questions. We bring a question, and when that question is asked, Madam Speaker, in most cases, it is as a result of the requests and challenges which our people are facing. For the last 3 years, Madam Speaker, I have consistently raised the issue of the water challenges that the residents of Kamfinsa are facing, and I'm on record, Madam Speaker, through oral questions, through point of orders, through urgent matters of public importance, because this is one key issue, Madam Speaker, that affects the people of Kamfinsa constituency. And I note from this report, under government assurances, that this matter which I had raised in 2022, 2023, and more recently this year, has been highlighted as an issue which went to the committee. Madam Speaker, for purposes of this conversation and in future, I wish to suggest that these members of parliament who bring questions here, when the committee is sitting, Madam Speaker, I know resources may not allow, but sometimes it will be necessary to invite the member of parliament who raised the issue, because the responses which are being provided here, Madam Speaker, are totally different from what is prevailing on the ground. This report, Madam Speaker, in Kamfinsa on 6, gives that efforts are being made. Madam Speaker, people are not interested in efforts that are being made. The public would want to see us resolve these challenges. It is in the interest of government, Madam Speaker, it is in the interest of the public that water reaches our homes, considering that this is a key issue in our constituency. So first suggestion that I want to make, Chairperson of the committee, as you begin your work in the next session, if it is possible, Madam Speaker, if the MP for Nimba has raised issues and an assurance has been given, when the committee is meeting, Madam Speaker, there is no harm in asking the MP, can you come and confirm what the technocrats are telling you? Because if the technocrats are saying that the water problems in Kamfinsa have been resolved, Madam Speaker, I stand here as Member of Parliament not agreeing, and I don't agree with some of the provisions that have been indicated in the executive's response. Because the response here, Madam Speaker, gives the impression that now suddenly all the water challenges have been resolved. Madam Speaker, we have Mulenga compound in Kamfinsa constituency. They don't have water. We've got Ndeke village, Madam Speaker, you've guided on so many occasions when I've stood in this position that can the minister do something about it?
without even repeating the same argument, you've probably now become accustomed that when the MP for Kamfinsa stands, it is most likely the issue of water. This report on page 25 and 26 gives the picture that $59 million challenges in Kitwe as well as Chambishi and Kalulushi. What is happening right now, Madam Speaker, is that there is no activity happening in Kamfinsa constituency. Will I stand here, Madam Speaker, to support this report? Madam Speaker, I'm reluctant, and I have reasons, and I don't think that I'm being malicious. The point I wish to make, Madam Speaker, is that the solution to the challenges facing our people in the area of water, Madam Speaker, requires attention. When will Parliament be able to take some of these submissions that we make? These are not political statements, Madam Speaker. These are issues to do with water and sanitation for our people. My appeal to the new Minister of Water and Sanitation, when we raise these issues, create an opportunity, a platform for MPs to be able to say, this is what I believe we need to do. These are the solutions that we need to do. We've had countless meetings, Madam Speaker, with the water utility company. We've actually sometimes had to use part of the Constituency Development Fund to make some resources available. But, Madam Speaker, our problems require billions of dollars. We can't utilize given under CDF to provide a long-term solution. And this is why, as I stand here, Madam Speaker, the same way government decides in cabinet to allocate resources to needy areas, the people of Kamfinsa, through their Member of Parliament, passionately are appealing to government without looking at the fact that this Member of Parliament comes from whatever political party. The issue is our people. Those are people that obviously want a service. They deserve to be given access to water. When I stand here, Madam Speaker, I speak with passion. The passion that I speak with is that we need to get water into Kamfinsa constituency. The people of Zamtan are waiting for water. The people of Mlenga compound, Madam Speaker, are waiting for water. The people of Mkuba na Twange are waiting for water. Can we do something about it? Madam Speaker, I believe we can do something about it. Can I speak to the conscience of the Minister of Finance? Can I speak to the conscience of Madam Vice President, Leader of Government Business, that when you are discussing issues of priority areas, Kitwe needs to be looked at from the perspective of water provision. We resolve our water challenges, Madam Speaker, we are going to free some resources for other needy areas. Education, those can be catered for under CDF. But for the water sector and the scale of problem that we have in the constituency, Madam Speaker, the people following this conversation would want to get another assurance. An assurance that has got a timeline, an assurance that has got resources allocated, without just saying, no, we are doing something in Kwacha constituency. Madam Speaker, we're discussing Kamfinsa constituency. And I hope that through this conversation, I don't know who's going to respond to some of these queries we are raising, but this government assurance, Madam Speaker, is not sufficient. And I do hope that the minister responsible for water will take my submission as a submission on behalf of the people of Kamfinsa constituency. Madam Speaker, I submit and I'm grateful for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be alternating. We are going to take the Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The people of Solwezi East are grateful to add a voice to this report on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, allow me to dwell just on one page, page 9, on the Ministry of Health, titled Actualize the Provision of Health Services to the Poor and Vulnerable. Your report, Madam Speaker, by your committee highlights that, Madam Speaker, to actualize the provision of health services to the poor and vulnerable under the National Health Insurance Scheme, the Ministry of Health, through National Health Insurance Management Authority, NIMA, will implement the above measures and progressively bring on board the poor and vulnerable under the Social Cash Transfer Program, working closely with the Ministry of Community Development and Social Services beginning in 2024. Furthermore, NIMA will extend its accreditation to many hospitals, zonal clinics, and rural health centers, which are closer to the poor and vulnerable. Madam Speaker, it is against this background that I look at the committee's observations. Madam Speaker, on the same page, your committee observes that the Ministry of Health through NIMA had only accredited 143 hospitals out of 218 hospitals in the country. And the table is given, and these are just hospitals. But the report is talking about accrediting many hospitals, zonal health facilities, and so on. And Madam Speaker, coming from a rural constituency, representing the people who are very, very poor and vulnerable, accessing universal health coverage indeed is a challenge. And what your report, Madam Speaker, is stating here are facts which require the Ministry of Health to accredit NIMA to these health facilities. I give an example, Madam Speaker. One member in my constituency had an accident and was not able to move.
The voices are becoming louder. The conversation between the minister and the honorable member for Kamfinsa. Please lower your voices. Member, you may continue.
Giving an example where one member had an accident in my constituency and was airlifted by the Flying Doctor Services to Lusaka to seek medical services. The requirements were actually beyond his means or the means of the family because of being poor and vulnerable. Speaker, that life was lost. But if we had accreditation of NIMA facilities, health facilities, it would have been possible for measures to be taken and that life could have been saved. Supporting this report, Madam Speaker, the people of Solwezi East are encouraging, through you, the Ministry of Health, to expedite the issue of accrediting NIMA to these zonal and rural health centers so that and vulnerable are able to access health services through the provision of the insurance scheme. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't want to bore you much, but I just wanted to emphasize on the issues of health so that what is stated in your report, as the committee awaits the Ministry of Health for action, we need to see the implementation of these health services across the country so that the poor, the vulnerable, can benefit. Because it is stated that a health nation is a wealth nation. And this is what the people of Solwezi East are expecting as we support this report. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chinsali.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to say a few words on this report that has been prepared by your Committee on Government Assurances. Madam Speaker, I will narrow my debate to 4 assurances that the government has made or made in the past. That is, number 1, the rehabilitation of Chinsali to Mpika Road. Number 2, the construction of Mbesuma Bridge. Number 3, rehabilitation of Mbesuma to Kafwimbi Road. Then the last one is the rehabilitation of Chinsali to Chilubanama. On 6th October 2021, this is in according to what your report has reviewed, the Minister of Infrastructure gave an assurance that the government was going to work on the rehabilitation works on Chinsali to Mpika Road. This position was re-echoed by the Minister of Finance during the budget presentation for 2024, where he indicated that in 2024, the government was going to work on Chinsali to Mpika Road. In the first quarter of this year, which is first quarter of 2024, the government, in line with the annual borrowing plan that were approved for 2024, secured financing of about 162.5 million European pounds, which was meant to work on the rehabilitation works on Chinsali to Mpika Road. Madam Speaker, the government further indicated that to ensure that they find the contractor to start working on this road by the end of 31st March 2024. But up to now, this has not happened. The government has not yet found the contractor and the consulting engineer who is supposed to work on this, who are supposed to work on this very important road, Madam Speaker. So the committee noted that it is important that the government ensures that it expedites the process of engaging or procuring the contractor who is supposed to work on this important road. The reason being, Madam Speaker, any further delay means that we are making the situation where people are suffering who are using this road. Then we have a lot of people that are dying. People who are, because this road is very busy and it is also slow in commerce, because you find that instead of people taking 1 hour on Chinsali to Mpika Road, they're taking maybe 3 to 4 hours, which is bad for commerce of Madam Speaker. The second, Madam Speaker, that I want to talk about is the construction of Mbesuma Bridge. This bridge has delayed due to the fact that the project lapsed, but I do appreciate the goodwill that the government has shown that they intend to single source China Rail 7th Group to work on this bridge. But at the same time, I am expressing concern, Madam Speaker, because I where the government advertised that they were looking for a contractor to work on this road. But up to now, they have not finished that process. So I advise the government and the Minister of Infrastructure that he needs to ensure that RDA and all the relevant departments expedite the process of procuring the contractor. Basically, it's expediting the process of single sourcing China Rail 7th Group so that he can start working on this bridge, Madam Speaker, because this bridge connects Chinsali to Kasama, and during the rain season it is usually closed. So in the rain season, because there is a pontoon, so the pontoon is usually closed in the rain season. You know, in our area we experience a lot of rains, so the pontoon is usually closed, and people end up passing through Mpika when they are going to. People are coming from Kasama, they end up passing through Mpika when going to Isoka, which is a very short distance of just about 200 meters, 200 kilometers, but they end up taking 400 kilometers plus. Madam Speaker, 14th October 2021, they made an assurance that the government was going to undertake maintenance and spot improvements on to Kafu. Madam Speaker, this report, your report, or the report that has been prepared by your committee, have been done on this very important road. Madam Speaker, it further indicates that RDA has allocated 3.5 million out of the 5 million kwacha that is needed to ensure that the rehabilitation works on this road resumes, but nothing is happening as we speak. It is therefore my appeal to the Minister of Infrastructure that he talks to RDA so that they can quickly resume the works, the maintenance and the sport improvement works on Mbesuma to Kafwimbi Road. Madam Speaker, this year, the government promised the people of Chinsari and the people of Chama that the government was going to Chilwanama Road. So far as we speak, there are no works that are being done. We urge the government that they should leave to fulfill this promise. Madam Speaker, even on many other promises, it is very important that when the government makes promises and assurances, the government should ensure that it fulfills, at least during the specified time frame. People have so much confidence in the government. So if the government keeps on failing to fulfill its obligations and assurances, it can make people lose confidence in the government. It is therefore my desire and my appeal that the government should ensure that on all these that I've talked about, all these government assurances that the government made that I've talked about, the government should ensure that it expedites the works. And the last one that I want to talk about is the assurance that the Minister of Finance made. When the Minister was presenting the 2024 budget, he assured the people he was going to put that they be constructed. But right now, that decision has been changed. Parliamentary, or at least just have the chance of informing the inside. Madam Speaker, with these few remarks, I support this report.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lunte, do you have a point of order?
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for according me this opportunity to rise on a point of order on Honorable Kalie Mandandi and her Honor the Vice President. Madam Speaker, Honorable Kalie Mandandi is the chairman for the Committee on Government Assurances. Her Honor the Vice President chairs parliamentary business within Cabinet, and she is the leader of government business in the House. Madam Speaker, Her Honor the Vice President and Honorable Kalie have brought a report to this House, which is under consideration now. This report, Madam Speaker, (129 pages of a report on government assurances) does not contain assurances of government to reduce the cost of meal. Madam Speaker, Standing Order number 204-3A. And that is talking about Committee on Government Assurances. The committee shall perform the following functions. A, scrutinize the assurances, promises, or undertakings given by the Vice President or a minister on the floor of the House. Madam Speaker, you may agree with me. Members of Parliament, particularly those on your left, have raised issues to Our Honor the Vice President in terms of how UPND government is going to reduce the cost of meal. And Our Honor has made declarations on this floor of the House. Is the MP the chairman for this committee and Our Honor in order to bring a report 129 pages without an assurance concerning the reduction of the cost of meal, as has been pronounced by not only our Honor the Vice President, but also the Minister of Agriculture and several other ministers. Madam Speaker, I seek your serious ruling. I hear a question, and it demonstrates to me that some of these UPND ministers don't want their government to reduce the cost. But I see
supposed to be very specific and brief, but you went on debating, and we have no control of what the committee is supposed to bring out or to cover. It's up to the committee to set their program of work, what to cover in their reports. So the honorable member for we made progress. Honorable member for Chienge.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the speakers who have spoken before me, they've labored to describe or to explain what government assurance is. Madam Speaker, I will take the House quickly to page 23. On the water reticulation for Chienge, the government assured the people of Chienge that there will be 3 water reservoirs which would be constructed for 30 million. And by the end of 2022, the people of Chienge would have water. Again, we go to page of the report, page 31, talking about Kalungwishi Boarding School in Chienge. There was an assurance by the minister that the school be phased out it will be phased out in order to complete the construction. Madam Speaker, this is a total mockery to the people of Chienge. And I feel so sad that it's like the people of Chienge are being taken for granted. Water is life. And according to the UN Charter, no one should be deprived of that human right of accessing clean water. This is 2024, Madam Speaker. I've not seen any contractor in Chienge on any site. I've not seen not even one contractor, using maybe some water pumps from Kalungwishi or Lake Mweru anywhere to give to the people of Chienge. I would urge the executive rather to remain mute than giving fake promises to the people of Chienge. Everyone is looking up to the government to get the clean water. And there in Chienge, should the executive be what we say in Bemba, ukulamyanga abantu mumatwi, entertaining their ears so that they'll feel that the government is doing something, and this puts the member of parliament in an awkward position, Madam Speaker. 3 days ago, a group of the youth, they have a WhatsApp group where they invited me to interview me about the water. As far as they are concerned, the people of Chienge are supposed to have water. And there was an assurance, they watched the TV, Parliament TV, and they were promised that by 2022, fourth quarter of 2022, 3 reservoirs will be constructed in Chienge. Here we are. This is 2024. To mock the people of Chienge. We've suffered enough, and the kind of water, Madam Speaker, that the people of Chienge drink is poisonous, because is water that contains high volumes or contents of salt. And when we are singing about this, give us water, and the executive deliberately will stand up to say, we are constructing these water reservoirs which will cost 8 million. If I may ask, where has that 30 million gone to? It means the 30 million, Madam Speaker, was allocated. Where is this money? Because there is no contracting for water reservoirs. Girls from Speaker. I beg the government, the executive on this floor of the House, to not big projects. My earnest appeal once again to the executive, through you, Madam Speaker, have proper answers for us as your members of Parliament, so that our people back where we come from will know that indeed they are being taken care of. I'm kind of mocking them. I want to say this. This is my statement, Madam Speaker. If they will not bring Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Rufubu.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First and foremost, Madam Speaker, the people of Lufubu want to thank the committee, the chairperson, who have brought this motion, and the seconder. Madam Speaker, when you go into this report, it's so gratifying to the people of Lufubu. You will find a lot of issues to deal with the Ngabwe district. Hence, the people of Lufubu now being prompted to just talk about a few things. And we'll only talk about 4 things here. On page 45, the Kabwe-Ngabwe Road. The people of Lufubu are thanking the government, because this government assurance, as we speak right now, the only thing they are requesting for is that RDA must also be properly supervised, because job, I think they can do better than they are doing. There are areas where they are not, they've not done a good job. The best is for them to go back and redo, so that we do not get to start spending money after the government has. Secondly, the people from Kabwe see that if possible, the bituminous standard would be highly appreciated. I think the Minister of Infrastructure, we know, is working on that one. We pray that it will work out. The second one on page 51, Ngabwe District feeder roads. The local government, Ministry of Local Government. Again, the people of Rufubu constituency, Madam Speaker, are thanking the government. For the first time in Ngabwe, we are going to have feeder roads. The only request the people of Rufubu
we are pleading, if possible, this month, let the contractors be on site. On page 81, infrastructure development in Ingabwe, the houses are almost done, but the pace at which the work is moving is too slow. We are requesting the government, as they are doing the good job, to just try and push for the work at least to move at a speed where we can have this infrastructure as soon as possible. And the last one, Madam Speaker, is on the Civic Center, which is also, the works are too slow. All in all, Madam Speaker, the people of Rufuvu constituency are thanking this government, because now, at least even in a report on the floor of the House, more of the clauses they are talking about in Ngavu.
Thank you very much. I want to debate, I think, in the general perspective and not restricting myself to a specific area or specific constituency. Your committee, Madam Speaker, this committee is actually a very, very important committee, though each and every committee is very important. But this one, I feel it is one among the committees that should be given enough time, considering the loaded action report that is actually sitting in the institution. Talking about assurances that 10 years or even 15 years down the line. So we are saying this thing, we should be given enough, the committee should be given enough time to interrogate these assurances. Because there is no point interrogating assurances which are 10 years old. It is not making any logical sense. Look at the Public Accounts Committee, which is almost up to date with the happenings of the nation, because they interrogate issues that are current. But this committee interrogates issues which are very odd, and we don't even know when these assurances will be actualized. So let's be mindful of the fact that we are actually looking at the assurances of this, the government, which should come to fruition within the shortest period of time. That brings me to the point of who appears to this committee. Yes, we have the controlling officers appearing to this committee. But is that enough? I feel it is not enough. We need to up the game so that these, the witnesses that come, especially from the ministries, not only the controlling officers, let's have also ministers appearing to these committees. To this committee, assurance committee. Yes, as a matter of fact, yes, ministers look at the policy aspect, but let them also, because they are the ones who make these assurances on the floor of the House. Even as they appear, the witnesses appear to this committee, let them come and indeed defend these assurances which they make on the floor of the House. That will actually help the committee to come up with very, very is not accorded the committee is not accorded the time to appear on TV or radio, looking at the fact that the issues that are brought out in this committee, I suppose, are very important, which are very valuable to be heard out there by the public. But when the witnesses appear, this committee is not allocated the time to look at this, to appear or be seen on TV or be heard on radio. Let me also hasten to mention that the time that is given on to the committees, yes, I know it is actually across board that they should be able to visit or do local tours within the specific days, but look at the backlog of the assurances. Why not allocate some of these committees more time to look at these assurances or any other reports that may be deemed viable, so that they can actually come up with a very good report, unlike restricting each and every committee despite the workload that these committees have. Let's have enough, some of the committees have enough time to interrogate not only these assurances that are recent, but also the past. If I may ask the committee, the committee chairperson, I'm sure the interrogations that were made, they're not even recent. They are those of the past. So when are the assurances that are being given now going to be interrogated? Of the committee be even. So let's ensure that even as they go around, they actually be speaking to the current assurances which they know, and indeed they have the institution memory to such assurances. Madam Speaker, I thought I could add these words to the report. Thank you, as I support the report.
The Honorable Member for Mitete.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Straight to page 73, 74, 75 of the report. But government assurance remains a promise, a guarantee. Picking it from the recent debater, we have assurances of the there must be a political will. There must be economical growth, stability, so that you have the monies to answer to such things. According to this report, some assurances are now being answered. 1 or 2, 3 in this report. It takes the government will, political will. We have staff houses done. Why can't we give it to the teachers the government has employed? Why? 74, 75, Tatoyo, Katunda Road. This year, New Dawn government, that assurance is being fulfilled. In this last quarter of the, Madam Speaker, it has to go with the political will of the government. In the finances, how you handle the economy of the country. You have to start with the mines. You have to bring the Mpane here, Shaft 28. So that the assurances government must have the political will. For example, Madam Speaker, for Gwembe, I withdraw that, but I'm just giving the example. That is government assurance. Government assurance. So here we've been, like I've heard, you do the restructure. So, the 15 years, I think with the restructure, the staff houses Mitete being fulfilled. The Tateyoyo, Katunda Road, Tulku, Tuwatopa, Tumuti, fulfilled. And we have the confidence. We have, and we are waiting, because there is light at the end of the tunnel, with the mines coming on board. That is how you handle government assurances. It's not chipante-pante. No. Chipante-pante means you akadabra, upside down everything. Confusion. No. You have to work methodically. That's how you handle government assurances. Madam Speaker, allow me end here. Yes, assurance, political will, restructuring of the economy. Then you know whether they are 15 years, 10 years, 2 years, or recent. The new Dawn government and the President the Hichilema answering some of these, even those projects stalled for 10 good years. They cut Yoyo Road this year. No wonder I was giving the example for the MP for Ngwebe. Allow me, Madam Speaker, end here, thanking the committee and the committee chairperson. Indeed, the works are bringing to light and shaking government, telling government what is supposed to do. But this government has the political will and it's working on the economy, answering on to the assurances. Madam Speaker, thank you so very much.
Thank you. The last member, the Honorable Member Fonkana.
Madam Speaker, thank you so much. I'm a man of very few words today. I just also want to put my voice on record. Your Committee on Government Assurance has bemoaned the pace at which these assurances are being implemented, because they've indicated that some of the assurances dates as far back as 10 years. And Madam Speaker, out of the reported 212 outstanding assurances, only about 30 of them were completed in the last session of the 13th National Assembly. Madam Speaker, it would be very important for us to perhaps remind ourselves of our role as the August House. Being one of the arms of government, we have perhaps three distinct responsibilities. Number one, to legislate. Number two, to pass the budget. And of course, to provide oversight over the executive. Speaker, is how this parliament over the executive. I have a problem, and my fear, Madam Speaker, is that we risk becoming a rubber stamp if we don't pay attention to what the executive is doing in regards to the issues that we bring forward to them. Because if it is going to take 10 years for government, for the executive to work on promises they make, because these are, when we talk about assurances, we are basically talking about undertakings or commitments that government makes. We don't force them, they basically make those commitments that they will do this. Now I know and I do sympathize with ministers, because it looks very clear whenever ministers are responding to requests that are made by members of parliament. There seems to be a response that is almost recited. Ministers are almost becoming like a broken record, because they have a common response, namely that when funds permit, that's when they are going to attend to a particular request. We have trouble, Madam Speaker, going back to our people to report on what action is being taken. If you wish to know, Madam Speaker, one of the biggest problems I have in my constituents is addressing the issue of my 8 was in Nkana. 53 million to deal with the water problem, that is Mindolo. What you know is only about 14 to 15,000. So if you look at that amount, the 53 in one area, it will take forever. It will take the whole entire period of my being MP to address that problem, which is why when we come to government, we're basically asking for them to come on board. Can you imagine, Madam Speaker, Chiburuma Road is going to cost 93 million. If I had not made I would have been a laughing stock in Nkana. Now, Madam Speaker, how can we handle these problems? Common denominator is we've been talking about issues of resources that are serious. Would be reporting dollars of monies that have been misappropriated. There is no way a country that is grappling with so much problems, 212 assurances, only 30 have been attended to. Yet, Madam Speaker, people through government central chambers are sharing money in fake compensations. Those are the resources, Madam Speaker, that we should have been harnessing to attend to these problems. Madam Speaker, if we are a people that were committed to addressing problems that are brought to this August House from your members, both from the right and left, there is no way we could be making reckless decisions such as allowing $2.5 billion just go to Panama just like that. There's no way a country, Madam Speaker, that is grappling with so much problems of blackouts would be allowing a company that owes you 1 billion in taxes. You allow them to only pay you 3 people, a group of I'm sick, Madam Speaker, because people who are coming, like they are angels, promising people that they will stay away from the bad vices, otherwise that they've been singing about, cannot be as wasteful as the reports we are reading today. Which is why, Madam Speaker, we are failing our people, because prioritizing our own interest. In this day and age, with huge deposits of resources like gold, sugilite, lithium, cobalt, manganese, we still must be continuing to borrow to go and service, debts. There's no way, Madam Speaker, that we can be talking about only 30 assurances being, handled out of 212 assurances, Madam Speaker. The infrastructure, some of which, Madam Speaker, that has not been attended to, is going to waste. Some of the infrastructure that we started go to UNZA. Students are squatting in unhealthy situations or accommodation. Yet we have facilities that we could have easily completed if we were harnessing these resources. $13.5 billion, honorable members of parliament, that is being routed, could have addressed those problems for students. Madam Speaker, students at CBU, government could have completed those structures. Our people are drinking dirty water in Mindolo. When government, if our people who are sitting on your right had harnessed those resources we are seeing that are being shared, resources being shared, fake compensation, Madam Speaker, they meet, agree, take this matter to court, we are going to give you this compensation. That money, Madam Speaker, would have gone to address these issues that your people bring to this august house, and would not have been looking at only 30 assurances being met out of 212 assurances. Madam Speaker, I feel sad as a young member of parliament that we are a reckless people that are allowing wasteful expenditures when our people are wallowing in serious challenges. Madam Speaker, I submit.
We are going to allow the ministers to respond. The Honorable Minister of Transport and Logistics.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Chairperson, thank you for this opportunity to make a contribution to the debate on the report of the Committee on Government Assurances laid on the table of the House for the third session of the 13th National Assembly. I wish to extend my sincere thanks to the Committee for their work in highlighting progress made by the Executive on the many well-intentioned assurances made on the floor of the House. As a Ministry, we acknowledge the observations of the Committee and take note of the recommendations set out in the report. Chairperson, the report represents both the broad ambitions of government to deliver development to all corners of this great nation, as well as challenges we face in the delivery of the much-needed infrastructure given the challenging fiscal position of government. The good intentions of government to deliver development to our people, including infrastructure, remains constrained due to the huge debt burden, much of which is linked to the many infrastructure contracts procured in the past without commensurate of resources. continued fiscal environment to make progress in completing some of the many stalled projects. Just recently, we have commissioned a number of acro bridges, district civic centers, and other infrastructure that had stalled for a very long time. However, many projects remain stalled at different levels of completion, and the ministry will continue to systematically address the problem in order to complete the projects. Indeed, we take note of projects such as the Chama and many others. Although, Chairperson, today we appear to have learned that there is a new currency around which Chairperson, this House may not be aware of. It's called the European pounds, one honourable member referred to. And the undertaken to complete the projects. In undertaking infrastructure projects, transparency and accountability are at the core of our governance principles. We have instituted rigorous oversight mechanisms to ensure that public funds are used efficiently and effectively. We are further reviewing all stalled projects to ensure prioritization of those that are critical to improved delivery of public services. This is also being done in order to safeguard public resources already invested in these projects. Chairperson, as we look ahead, I want to assure you...
Minister, we are not a committee.
Sorry. As we look ahead, I want to assure you that government will continue to prioritize infrastructure development as a cornerstone of our national development agenda. We will forge ahead with determination, harnessing innovation and international best practices to build a stronger, more interconnected and structure. There remain goals put forward by President Hakainde Hichilema of infrastructure procured at the correct and delivered on time. The observations and recommendations of the committee are therefore critical as they help government to ensure that the projects are delivered in line with the President's directives and decisions in alignment with the national development plans and priorities. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, I wish to register my support of the to again reiterate the new Dawn government commitment to the committee's report. I thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. First, I'd like to express my gratitude for allowing me to respond to the committee. I appreciate the efforts of your committee members in preparing the report. We have carefully considered the observations and recommendations made by your committee regarding my ministry. And as per our standard practice and procedure, my ministry will provide a detailed action taken report on this. However, Madam Speaker, allow me to give my specific and general comments on some of the and one, to actualize services to the poor and vulnerable. Madam Speaker, I wish to update the House that the following has so far been done to actualize the provision of health services to the poor and vulnerable towards achieving of universal coverage. One, the distribution of the poor and vulnerable under the social cash transfer was conducted. The aim of this exercise was to assist in planning for accreditation of institutions that would provide health services under the National Health Insurance Scheme to the poor and vulnerable households in the country. Secondly, accreditation of identified facilities from the mapping exercise is ongoing. NEMA has been directed by the government to ensure that each district must have a NEMA is prioritizing the government hospital most of our population. I'm happy that just within this year, over 45 hospitals and urban which are health good enough to do that. And our hope is that before the end of this year, we'll have presence in public facility. Also, government through NEMA has put in place measures to ensure that all elderly citizens and established residents aged 65 years and above are registered and have access to NEMA services for free. Government, working with cooperating partners, have begun the registration process on board 100,000 social cash transfer beneficiaries as NEMA members. In addition, Madam Speaker, NEMA has launched a nationwide registration exercise to increase membership to the scheme, especially those informed towards universal health coverage. Further, Madam Speaker, in line with the committee's recommendation, my ministry through NEMA is reviewing the benefit package and enhancing modalities to enhance NEMA's collection capacity and financial sustainability. Our hope is that this should be done before the end of this year. NEMA the mobile service providers to make it possible for members of the public to make contribution by simply dialing *115# on all the 3 mobile networks. On construction of Mulema Sampa Health Post in Malole, Madam Speaker, I wish to report to the House that all the outstanding works on the health post are completed and the incinerator has now been constructed at the facility. This will ensure that waste disposal is done as per standard. However, the staff house is still outstanding for construction. On the construction of the 650 health posts and other outstanding infrastructure projects, Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that significant progress has since been made to have a contractor complete the remaining 87 health posts countrywide. Currently, procurement processes are ongoing to a contractor following expired contract of the previous from various stakeholders who would include Minister of Justice and the Attorney General concluded the contractor will remobilize within this year 2024. Other infrastructure projects cited in the report are at various levels of completion. On the UTH bone scanning machine, Madam Speaker, I wish to report that government has planned to procure the SPECT CT scan for UTH Hospital and ZAMSA commenced the procurement process. Further, government through NEMA is also procuring 1 SPECT CT scan and 1 MRI machine for Invest Teaching Hospital, which are currently under shipment. Madam Speaker, as I conclude, allow me to make specific statements relating to some of the statements that have come in the report regarding the issue of assurances and a seemingly non-positive response from government. Especially when you look at this report, Madam Speaker, we are all in agreement that a number of these issues are 10 years old, and obviously time and at the rate of the dollar to the kwacha, you find that some of these projects begin even to delay more because they become expensive. Secondly, there's been a change of government. The priority of this government has been to rationalize some of the assurances which were just being made on the floor of this House for the sake of just making them. And we have now to implement some of those assurances. And I would like members of the House and those in the public to appreciate that this government has started to ensure that all outstanding projects that were completed, not completed, but at 80% should be completed before beginning new ones. And I think that this government has lived to its assurance, except to say that some assurances may not be implemented, not because government does not want to do that, but because they could have been made without due reference also to other issues. Lastly, Madam Speaker, I want to reiterate my gratitude to your committee for this report, which that have taken note of the observations and recommendations of the report, and a comprehensive action report will be prepared for this August House. And having said that, Madam Speaker, I support the adoption of this report by the House. I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Energy, sorry. Before the Minister comes up, what is your point of order?
Grateful, Madam Speaker. I was very reluctant to raise on this point of order, Madam Speaker, especially because I saw the Minister of Small Scale just walked into the chamber. But, Madam Speaker, I want to find out if the House is in order to continue proceeding when the quorum has fallen below the required number. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Okay. Usually the clerks at the table will advise me if there is no quorum. I'm advised we have a quorum. Honorable Minister, you may continue.
Madam Speaker, I wish to thank you most sincerely for allowing me to give a few remarks with regards to the report on the Committee on Government Assurances for the third session of the 13th National Assembly. Madam Speaker, I also wish to thank and appreciate the committee on the work done in reviewing the new submissions. The committee made observations on outstanding government assurances from the action taken report, which have been well received. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Energy has taken note of the various observations from the committee on the implementation of the various assurances made in this August House. Among the notable observations include the following. Question 34 of 2022. Pending electricity connections in Kalabo. Madam Speaker, the Ministry of Energy, through ZESCO Limited, is pleased to inform this August House that all the pending remaining 27 works involving electricity connection in Kalabo to individual customers, all connections were completed by September 2023. Kalabo is not rural anymore. B. Question 31 of 2023, electrification of some areas in Katombora constituency. Madam Speaker, the Nyawa grid extension project has since been completed and commissioned in the first quarter of 2024 at a total cost of 23.2 million kwacha. Further, under the 2024 work plan and budget, RIA has commenced the implementation of the Kauwe grid extension project at a contract sum of 12.9 million kwacha. The project involves the electrification of Kauwe Primary School, Kauwe Secondary School, and Rural Health Center, Market, Ballwood Community School, and surrounding areas. The scope of works involves construction of 25 kilometers of 33 kV overhead lines and 3.5 kilometers of 0.4 kV overhead lines. This project was handed over to the contractor on 16th July 2024, and the project duration was 40 weeks. C. Question 20 of 23, connection of health facility in Kasenengwa constituency. Madam Speaker, in line with the activities outlined in the energy sector drought recovery plan, the Rural Electrification Authority realigned its activities on its 2024 work plan and budget to increase the number of projects powering smallholder farmers in selected farm blocks for irrigation. Due to the budget realignment, the funds allocated to Chizenje project, among other projects, were realigned to agriculture support projects. The project will be implemented under the 2025 work plan and budget under a phased approach, and remaining health facilities would be electrified in subsequent years. Question 45 of 2022, electrification of chiefdoms in Milanzi constituency. Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to inform you that the Chieftainess Kawaza grid intensification project commenced in the first quarter of 2024, following contract clearance. At the end of the second quarter of 2024, the project was in progress, scheduled to be completed by the end of 2024. Further, the Katumba grid extension project was completed and commissioned in the last quarter of 2023 at a total cost of 15.3 million kwacha. In conclusion, government is committed to ensuring that electricity projects are completed within the specified time frame, because access to electricity fosters the growth of industries and creates jobs. To this end, electrification raises the standard of living and over improvements the quality of life for our people. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Thank you. As the time is 18:25 hours, I interrupt proceedings and business stands adjourned. Day for resumption of business.
Tomorrow, Madam Speaker.
Business to resume tomorrow. Her Honor, the Vice President, adjournment.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the House do now adjourn.
As no notice of an item, the motion of adjournment of the House has been received. I put the question. The question is that the House do now adjourn. Any debate? Any objection? The question is agreed to. The House is now adjourned.
The House has adjourned to tomorrow at 14:30, but before we leave, a recap of what has been considered on the floor of the House and business resumed at 14:30.
So when business resumed, Madam Speaker did make some announcements. In her first announcement, Madam Speaker recognized the presence in the public gallery of pupils and teachers from African Preparatory Academy and St. Edmund's School in Matero in the Saka district. Madam Speaker, on behalf of the National Assembly of Zambia, warmly welcomed the visitors to the National Assembly.
The other announcement that Madam Speaker made earlier in the day was to remind the House that there will be an active annual general meeting, AGM, for the Inter-Parliamentary Union IPU Zambia National Group on Wednesday, 24th July 2024 at 10:30 hours in the auditorium at Parliament Buildings.
Madam Speaker informed the honourable members that nomination papers for elections were available at the chamber reception desk, main entrance to the chamber. The filled-in nomination papers should be submitted to the office of the Clerk of the National Assembly not later than Monday, 22nd July 2024 at 16 hours.
The last announcement that Madam Speaker made earlier in the day, she did say that it has come to our attention of the House or committee meetings virtually are not having during the entire sitting, and his or her image shall be displayed on the screen in the chamber. Such a member is expected to observe all the rules that apply to the House or committee meeting.
Madam Speaker further stated that members are reminded to refer to regulations on virtual sitting circulated to all members through the circular dated 9th July 2024. She stated that in that regard, a member who shall not observe the rules on virtual attendance shall be deemed to be absent from the sitting for all intents and purposes.
So those are the announcements that Madam Speaker made earlier in the day. After that, there was a ruling that was rendered on the floor of the House, and this ruling was on a point of order raised on Thursday, 27th June 2024 by Honorable Gigi Nkombo, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, and this was against Mr. Bimpundu, Member of Parliament for Nkana Parliamentary Constituency, for not substantiating statements he made while debating on the floor of the House. And Madam Speaker did say that in his point of order, Honorable Gigi Nkombo MP inquired whether Mr. Bimpundu MP was in order to deliberately and willfully mislead the House when he stated that the minister had directed councils to spend $100,000 to purchase ambulances. The Honorable Madam Speaker, in her immediate response, she inquired from Mr. Bimpundu whether he could substantiate his allegation.
Madam Speaker went on to state that the point of order raised the issue of a member's duty to ensure that the information he or she provides to the House when debating is factual and verifiable. This is in accordance with Standing Order 71-1B of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024, a provision that is well known to all members. And in that view, she had recourse of the verbatim record of the proceedings of Thursday, 27th June 2024, in order to determine whether the alleged statement was made by Mr. Binwell Mpundu MP.
Madam Speaker further said that the verbatim record reviews that Mr. Bimpundu MP in his debate alleged that the Honorable Minister of Housing and Rural Development had directed constituencies to spend United States dollars 100,000 by buying ambulances. And she took recognizance of the fact that despite Mr. Bimpundu MP being accorded an opportunity to produce evidence to support his allegation, to date he has not availed that evidence to Madam Speaker's office, and any documentary or cognate evidence as emphasized by Standing Order 71.
And in view of that, Madam Speaker found Mr. Binwell Mpundu MP in clear violation of Standing Order 71-1B of the National Assembly of Zambia Standing Orders 2024, and therefore Mr. Binwell Mpundu was out of order.
After that ruling by Madam Speaker, she did permit the Minister of Health to render a ministerial statement, and this ministerial statement was on medicines and medical supplies, and she did begin by saying that in order to stabilize the availability of medicines and medical supplies in the public health supply chain, she did say that government through the Zambia Medicines and Medical Supplies, ZAMSA, devised the following strategies, namely, the first one was a procurement of 42,000 health center kits per year, bulk procurement of essential medicines.
She also stated that bulk procurements through United Nations agencies such as UNICEF, UNFPA and UNDP and other multilateral agencies, USAID, CDC and Global Fund, and as far as health center kits are concerned, the procurement process was completed and Mission Pharma was identified, and at the moment the commodity availability level for all primary health facilities are over 90%, and for hospitals is at 70%.
She further said that in April 2024, ZAMSA received the third consignment of 20 containers of assorted medical supplies, out of which 13 only were offloaded at ZAMSA and 7 were again diverted and taken to J&J, which brings the total number of containers to 23. The fourth consignment of 38 containers of assorted essential medicines arrived in June 2024. Again, this consignment was not delivered at ZAMSA warehouse, but this one was directly distributed to J&J depot by the transporter. This brings the total number of containers received to 74, with only 13 containers having been offloaded at Zamsa from the second consignment.
She stated that these containers are being transported from J&J Depot to Zamsa using the Zambia National Service trucks, and this exercise is expected to finish within 10 to 15 days. And she did state that, as indicated earlier in the ministerial statement, the contract with CIF Lusaka as regards to this second, third and fourth consignments were transported by sea.
Another time business was interrupted for adjournment. The House was considering the report, and this report was presented by Mr. Mandandi, who is Sioma Member of Parliament, and he is the chairperson of the Committee on Government Assurances, and the Minister of Energy has just finished responding to some of the concerns and some of the assurances that government has made and achieved. And the report was urging the House to adopt the report of the Committee on Government Assurances for the third session of the 13th National Assembly, and this was laid on the table of the House on Friday, 12th July 2021. This motion was seconded by FERA Member of Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Tembo. So when business resumes tomorrow, if this report or motion comes up for consideration, the House will continue considering this. There was a question for oral answer, Taza.
Exactly, President. There was a question for oral answer, understanding Order 82. This is a question of urgent nature, and this was question 388, which came from Mr. Ronald Chitotela, Pambashe Member of Parliament, and his question was directed to the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security. He did ask what caused the riots at Senama and Chiliampa markets in Mansa district on 10th July 2024, and the minister did respond that there was a marketeer who was playing a song entitled Ubunga Nabalunda whilst selling chitenges, and in part B, whether there were any lives lost or properties damaged. The minister did respond that there were no lives lost, despite that a few properties were damaged. And in C, what urgent measures the government is taking to maintain peace and tranquility in Mansa district and other parts of the country. The minister did respond that they've put in place foot and motorist patrols. They've also started retraining police officers on how to manage such situations, and he also stated that they are sensitizing the general public in dangers of involving themselves in riotous behavior. Those were the answers that the minister gave to the question for oral answer.
And we did see quite a number of members of Parliament making follow-up questions, seeking clarity from the minister. So basically that has been today's business. We hope you've enjoyed today's deliberation. Join us tomorrow at 14:30, but do remember that we do have committee and the station opens at 08 hours every day. On behalf of our colleagues, and these are our colleagues, the sign language interpreters, that's Chola Kaoma and Jason Manda, on behalf of Tazapiri. My name is Paulson Tindovi. Thank you so much for your day, and continue watching Parliament Television.
You can now advertise on Parliament Television and Parliament Radio. For more information, call 0977 854102 or 0977 536487. Parliament Television, bringing Parliament closer to you.
Ubebe balupawanda atapenkondo elo ya tampa